Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, March the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick couple of yeses will let me know that you can hear me and see my screen, please. Yes and yes, thank you. Well, we are still in the crazy mode for these low float energy plays. MARPS is leading this, How many times we've seen this MARPS? We saw MARPS back here 2 days ago when it went from 5 to 6 or 7. Thought, okay, that's got to be it. And then yesterday had another little pop from 8 to 12. That's got to be it. And now, of course, it's just about doubled. And why? Look at that float, 1.6 million in the float. So for whatever reason, traders around the world have found this one, and this is their pet for today anyway. Along with many others. There's so many others. 9. Will it hit 9 today? Probably. That's how traders are, So, there's a list of them I can go over. There's 9. There's SELP or KELP, CELP. These are all, and the common denominator is always the float. Okay, some low float situation. We got 4 million here. USEG. There's the float, 3 million in the float. In fact, this is what I did yesterday, and I'm just going to circle this float. That is why. Now, this is not a little energy play. VYGR is not a little energy play. Company released earnings this morning, and reaction is good. It's a bio, VYGR. Still a low flow, 25 million. Let's keep going. ENSV. Just looking left to see what sort of room this one. The other one, of course, yesterday was HUSA, HUSA. This has got a ton of room still. You have to go back a long ways before we start seeing highs that even come close to $13. Another low float. This is, I guess we can call it an energy play of some sort, but this is certainly not oil and gas, but SunW, SUNW, another gap up for it. Had a nice day yesterday. Continuation. The OP from yesterday, just want to bring this to your attention. The OP from yesterday, this is holding actually. So this still has a shot maybe to get to that 2 level. GBR, let's continue with these low floaters. GBR, there's so many of these little energy plays. 3 million in the float. Of course, the big guy, the one that started it all, Indo. Yeah, so what? Somebody put a downgrade, Noble Financial. I don't know who they are, but anyway, they're trying to downgrade it. Is there any reason why this is up at $83 or $87 today? Of course not, but it is what it is, guys. The other one, of course, MXC. I think I've missed one. VTN, is it VTNR? Yeah, this is actually an earnings play, okay? So it's not a super low float, 45 million. This is actually an earnings play, but it's actually coming right back down. VTNR, it's an earnings play. Yeah, so FOS FOS, I have no idea why that's happening. Yeah, no idea. That's a new one on me. I saw your post regarding upgrading and how it's scrolling down automatically. And the only way that can happen is in a top list, of course, if you have it on the surfing mode. That's the only thing I can think of, but you're talking about alert windows too. Just make sure it's not in surf mode though. Any idea why Brokerage Plus isn't working? Why is it not working? What do you mean by that? If you're talking about taking a trade in the pre-market, you can't go market. You have to go with a limit order, if that's what you mean. Okay, I just took an order here, so it seems to be working for me. So I don't, it's too general a question when you say why isn't Brokerage Plus working? I'm not sure I know what you mean. And let's see, SunW, TMC. I know William has been in this one for 20 years. TMC, a little pop up for it. This is not, it's a metal play, but the metals, mining and metals have been super hot, of course, also. Well, no thoughts about any of them. I mean, Hermes. I mean, thoughts. I mean, they're just they're just stocks with super low floats that just got to be careful. I mean, if you're asking me where I think it's going, of course I can't offer any advice like that. I have no idea. It's had an insane day yesterday, like a lot of them. This is probably a little more insane than some of the other ones, just based on the percentage move. But where it's going, I have no idea. I mean, as long as these little energy plays, as long as the price of oil is whatever it is, 120, 130, 140, I don't even know what it is this morning. Long as it's super high, these little guys will be in play. But if you're asking me where I think it's going, I have no idea. I mean, he has really no resistance, so what people are looking at, traders are looking at, what could be the next Indo. MXC certainly is a candidate. Just because of the floats. Okay, now here's another little one. Now it's not a low float, but it is just underneath $1. HYMC, big. Look at this. Look at 20 million shares have traded already. HYMC. And again, see, so what's happening now is we're starting to get these the mining stocks, of course, the low price mining stocks. Well, most of our focus has been on these energy stocks, but of course the mining stocks have been crazy also. So this is another one, HYMC, sub dollar. You can kind of see if it somehow takes out $1. I mean, it's already up 188%. But when if it can take out $1, that'll get a lot more traders interested. There's people like myself. I don't trade anything under $1, as an example. Now, where could it go? HYMC. Well, remember OP yesterday. It's still strong. And the reason I say OP yesterday, that came from sub $1. It got over $1 and then it came back down. I'm sorry, this is after hours. Let me just back this out a bit. So this was a 76 cent stock. It got over $1. It came back down underneath $1, and then it had its run. It took out $1 again, and then it had a beautiful run all the way up to almost $1.70. I'm not saying that's the same thing. First of all, it's a completely different sector, but it's a hot sector. You know, these little miners now. Now, little miners may take over. So now we're at $1, HYMC. Now we're at $1. All right, it is 9:11. Let me just check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. There goes HYMC, guys. I mean, now it's up, what, 221%. Look at the volume, 21 million. All right, let me get some of these upgrades and downgrades. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Not surprisingly, seeing a lot of energy plays. Well, this is getting to be severe rippage now for the HYMC, guys. Took out that $1. Now it's $1.08. Just, you know, have a daily, weekly, monthly chart. Look left to see where the next high is. All right, just a few more upgrades to go. For whatever reason, JP Morgan has decided to upgrade Cara. Take a look at Cara. Haven't seen Cara for a while. And now for the downgrades. Bed Bath & Beyond is sinking here, guys. Bed Bath & Beyond. Sinking. It's moving down. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So, BBBY, what are you doing in terms of yesterday's low? 1921 is yesterday's low. Stick an alert there. Stick an alert around 19, see if it takes it out. And see if it gets right back to where it was on Friday. The Friday close around 1585. Meanwhile, you know, throw a dart, guys. CELP, GBR, USWS, ENSV, Tusk. Didn't mention Tusk. There's just so many of them. There's just so many of these little energy plays. Man, Indo's almost at yesterday's high now. I know it kind of semi-jokingly said I thought it wouldn't surprise me if it hit 100 yesterday. Didn't quite get there. It got up to what, $87. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, Marps. It's all about the float, guys. I'm going to keep this thing circled all day long, the float. I freely admit that I scalp marks, guys, and when I look, and if this just keeps running and running, I'm going to look at this and go, what the heck did you just do? Because I did a little bit of trading in this area. Well, we got to milk it while we can, you know. I mean, this is not going to last. Now, this free-for-all for all these low-float energy plays is not going to last, but we have to milk it while we can. All right, so again, I'm just, who asked that question about Brokerage Plus? Dave, so when you say mine worked and yours didn't, I'm on a, should be on about the same version as you. Again, I don't know what you mean when you say it didn't work. Look at Indo right now, guys. Well, let's see, what sort of opener we're going to have. Right now, basically a neutral open, but that's what happened yesterday. And then, of course, look what happened. The market just absolutely sold, sold, sold. Let's keep an eye on Jets today, guys. I mean, can Jets still have, I keep saying jest. Can Jets still, can Jets have a bit of a bounce today? I mean, that was down. Every single airliner that I could see was down. And then, of course, this is the ETF. The Dock Channel Bar. Let's take a look at the sectors about 10 minutes before we open and see what's up. My guess is, of course, energy will be leading the way. 100%. There we go. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. So what that 100% means, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. And let's see, anything else? Well, I mean, healthcare is 50-50. Again, this is so early. Financials, 80% of them are up. How communicate, technology is about 50-50. Communications about 50-50. So obviously the big sector still is energy. Now, guys, I just took this trade in the simulator to show, well, to prove to myself that it was working. Obviously, I would not still be in this trade. Yes, there should be. Let me just see if you can go on this. I'm going to answer Del Boca. What time is it now? 9:20. Let me just see if I can do that. And if I can pick the time. Yeah, so I can go. Yeah, so I can give you this template, and all you need is a relative volume as one of your columns, and then you can see what happened. You can pick a day, today, yesterday. All you have to do is add the symbol in here, configure symbol list, and put the symbol that you're interested in. Okay? Put some kind of a trigger, like a new high or a new 5-minute high, so you're going to get results. So for instance, if I looked at OEC, or how about, let's just do obviously one that was really ripping yesterday, MXC. And I'm going to go new high. You need some kind of a trigger. Okay. So now, so for instance, this is every time MXC made a new high. So these are all the columns. This is going to tell you what the values were, so relative volume as an example, but these are all various columns that you can have. It's going to tell you exactly what the values were and the time. Every time MXC, as an example, yesterday made a new high. Okay? How you use it now is really up to you. This is kind of advanced, but I can give you this template, and all you have to do again is right click, configure, and go to symbol list, type in and click symbol, single symbol, type in the symbol name, and then you can pick your time frame. And then you can check all of the values. You'll see all the values, what happened, when. Okay? So I'll give that to you. This is typically the way. Just a minute. I don't have to. This is typically the way that you can test. People ask the question all the time. Gee, this stock did this. Can I create a strategy around what that stock did? And this is what you can do using this stocks. This is something I created. I think it's better than the stocks. Just a minute, guys. We do have a stocks like this. Here we go. Now I got it. And again, you can add as many columns as you want. So you can see all the values. Those are just filters, right? You can see all the filter values. Yeah, so XLE is typically all the big stocks, okay? So MXC is not a big stock, Indo is not, okay? If you want to know what stocks are in it, well, what we have in it anyway. If I go back to, what time is it? 9:24, okay. I go back to the sector status. So here they are, okay? So you can just highlight them all. Okay, these are the ones that make up XLE. It's just a handful of stocks, as an example. So all you have to do is just scroll down and you'll see what they are. Now, if you want to see, but support, I've got these two that I popped out. I took the similar, I popped them out, and this is where we're going to see a lot of these other little guys that support activities for oil and gas and crude petroleum and natural gas. And again, popping it out, just click on the similar, Okay, click on the similar and then right click, pop out. And then that'll create a top list. Then you can take it and customize it in terms of the price range you want, minimum volume that you want, just like any other top list window. So for instance, MARPs, here's MARPs, okay? And here are the stocks. So these are similar stocks to MARPs in the similar sector, as an example. So you just right click, pop it out, and now you can follow this sector if you want. And then the other one is crude petroleum and natural gas extraction. You can pop it out and follow it. That's what I'm doing right now. So you don't specify what's in that. That is a known symbol list, XLE. So you can't add or subtract. That's just what XLE is, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, just kind of watching. Oh, Pola. Here's Pola showing up also. POLA. Boy, Oxy for a bigger one, guys. Oxy. How's Peabody doing today? Finally had a bit of a pullback day yesterday. Billy continues its descent after earnings on the 3rd. BILI. It was a nice one from Zach a couple of days ago. Again, guys, this is, I never would still be in this one in my real account, okay? I just wanted to test to see if IB was working for me, to being able to take a trade, not IB, but B+, able to take a trade in the pre-market. Just wanted to demonstrate that it was okay for me. Yeah, so I mean, I'm seeing your discussion here. I mean, obviously with these low floats, you cannot take too many shares, okay? But the expectation is that they may move several dollars. So, you just cannot take too many shares though, because otherwise, you take too many shares with a tight stop, you'll get whipped out every time. You might get lucky. You may get in at the right time, and it may just soar for you. Absolutely. But my advice is on these low floaters is to do not take as many shares. You probably need a bit of a wider stop. So you're still risking the same amount. You're risking, it's your dollar amount that you're risking. It's not like that's going to deviate much. But, fewer shares, wider stop, keeps you in the trade longer in case you do get, a lot of whippiness, which you're going to get with these. Thank you, William. Yes, a minute before the close, or before the open. I mean, believe me, when I'm doing these, I'm not taking, well, my risk is the same. My risk is the same in terms of dollar amount. Wow, look at the HYMC, guys. Incredible, isn't it? Up 276% now. So now, the idea may be to pop this out, and follow this sector today. Wow, Marps. When I look what I got out of it at, it's crazy. Anyway, bye-bye. Okay, how's that Bed Bath & Beyond doing? A little pop, actually. HYMC just got halted, guys. HYMC just got halted. Whoa, XPEV on the way down. This is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, for me, it's just a little bit early. Now, what is the market doing to start? So, NAS is down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY is basically flat. So, we don't have direction yet. So we get the China stocks. There's another China stock, FUTU. All right, guys, easy come, easy go. This is why it's very different. Look at this. I mean, this marks, look at the float, 1.6 million. Look what it got to, 30, and then it just dropped almost in a heartbeat, $5. One of the reasons I don't like trading in the first 15, but, especially with these ones, you cannot walk away from your computer, number one. And it just got halted. Marps just got halted on the way down. There's Zach's favorite stock, Riven, on the way down. Another new low, all-time low for Riven, RIVN. Boy, it takes out 40. Look out below. I mean, there's nothing holding it now. I mean, it's an all-time low. 40, kind of a psychological number to break. All right, guys. So as we speak, the bloom is off. These little crazy oil plays, okay? Energy plays. As we speak. Now I can turn around, of course, but oh man, look at United Airlines and American Airlines continuing down. Jets, take a look at Jets. Why do I do that? I keep typing in jest. A Freudian slip. So if you don't want to play an individual airline and you think the airlines are going to continue to move down, this is your ETF. All right, why do I have this IMXI? I have an alert set for IMXI International. This was from yesterday. Yeah. Big sell-off, though. Remember, this was an AI play. That's right. There was an AI alert. Got up here, but it's sold. Now, it's back up to the alert price, I believe, from yesterday. 1770 was the alert price from yesterday. Yeah, looking at some of the, wow, look at Sophie. Sophie underneath 10 now. SOFI. Palantir, PLTR. I'm just looking at some of these early ones that are moving down. So I do see there, yeah, some showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown really early. I don't like it when it's that early. I like to see things settle down just a little bit, but definitely interested. You know, here's BZ. This is an all-time low now for BZ. And again, this is what I'm talking about, the 10-day daily breakdown. Meanwhile, the trade of the week performing very nicely. 33.18, I believe, was the trigger. 31.18, 33.74 now. Or solar play. Let's take a look at TAN. Is it following the whole sector or is it just leading? Yeah, TAN is up, so. All right, so ENSV seems to be the one. It had a little pullback, but not a huge pullback. Just looking, trying to see if there's any one of these little energy plays that has not succumbed to the big sell-off right at the beginning. And ENSV seems to be the one. Well, there goes Schlumberger again, guys. SLB. It's not a big. It's a huge flow. But what a day it had yesterday, along with these are support activities, oil and gas operations, etc. This is not, of course, one of the crazy low float ones, but oh, look at Cliff CLF. Maybe it's finally giving it up a bit. Always amazed. I have GME thumbnailed for whatever reason. I'm just sort of fascinated by it. But GME yesterday, it looked like that was it. Maybe finally underneath 100, popped back up, got over 100 again. Still hanging around that 100 level. So we've got a whole bunch of halts. And of course, these are these little energy plays, USEG. So USEG really didn't have a huge pullback. Now look at MARPS. MARPS came out of the halt and now it's right back up. Excuse me, right back up. As is 9. Solars, guys, so CSIQ definitely in the right sector. So SunPower here, SPWR. So again, you want to follow the solar SPI. You want to follow the solar stocks today. You can just pop this out, right click, and pop it out. So now you've got a top list. Now you can take this top list and you can, put it into the price range you want, minimum volume, etc. So something like a TGAN with 11,000 shares. Who cares? We don't want to see that one. So you can just do this, configure, summary. Windows specific filters, so you can set a price range that you want, a minimum volume. Okay, just take it just like any other top list. All right, so now I got rid of the TGAN. So now here's a way in which you can follow the solar stocks all day if you want. Well, this is it's somehow it's been sorted into this, but anyway, you get the idea. Wow, look at MXC. I mean, oh my goodness. Marps just got halted again on the way up. CEI Camber. All right, guys. Well, the AI is in something that is obviously hot sector. It is early though, but a little. So these guys are starting to race a little bit here. I mean, these are just leading in the race. I mean, it's early though. It is really early. 9:41. I typically don't trade until the first 15 minutes are up. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. Go Williams TMC. Come on. For one for William TMC. Uber on the way. Look at a little pop here for Uber, but Uber did this yesterday as did Lyft, I believe. It had a nice start to the day and then it just sold off, like many stocks, of course. Okay, all right, everything's negative now, mildly. Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's down a little. What happened when this one resumed? HYMC. Whoa, jeez, look at this. Now, how ugly was that? It got halted, it got up to 141, and then it crashed below $1. So you got to be awfully careful. And that's a big float. I mean, big float. Relatively big float. So now the thing to do, in my opinion, stick an alert. Maybe around $1.09 or so. See if it takes out $1 again and continues. USEG just resumed. Yes, wow. Cruisers, how's Jets doing? God. It actually had a little pop here, okay? We didn't see this at all yesterday. We saw no pop whatsoever for the airlines. They were basically straight down. Oh, you're right. I forgot to paste it in. All right, I'll get it. Hopefully I saved it. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, I forgot to post this. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, back. So keep an eye on tan, guys. You know, the solar stocks are obviously doing well. If you did want to take a specific solar stock, this is the ETF. Yeah, Sun W, guys. Sun W. Real. Come on. Load, 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 load. There we are. Sun W. So when we look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 476. Boy, that spread's got to catch up on the iSun. I'm in the iSun, guys, but boy, that spread has got to catch up now. That's an AI alert. There we go. A little bit. So again, if you have the AI, I mean, that's look, iSun right there. I mean, that is, I don't really display the AI. Not fair for those of you who have their premium service, but you got to be careful on this. I mean, the spread is kind of crazy. It wasn't when I got in, but all of a sudden it just decided to widen. Man, come on, catch up, catch up. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, this is it, 33.47. We just got to get that bid catching up to the ask. It was not this bad when I got in. All right, guys, CLF after many, many days of being up. Actually did have a sell-off yesterday, though. Got up to 28, closed down at 26. Now this sell-off is continuing. The next low looking left is around 23.50. So it's got about 75 cents to that area. Boy, SUNW, Sun W, has earnings on the 10th. All right, well, it looks like the star right now is USEG. A minor pullback, but right here, 3.23 million in the float. All right, TVTX, what are you doing? TVTX is showing up in, wow, okay, guys, this is now through the 200-day moving average, also 2303. It's through the 200-day moving average. All right, let's see how well this holds underneath 23. It's got room. Let's see, the next low looking left is 2104 on the daily chart. I'm sorry, the monthly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. And that's the TVTX. That's just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Look at 9, right back up here. This is one I took in the simulator in the pre-market just to prove to myself. Somebody was saying it wasn't working for them. And I just wanted to make sure that it was fine for me, and it was. Yeah, so people may be fleeing, traders may be fleeing the INDO and pouring it into USG for a while anyway. MARPS has been a really difficult one. I mean, look at this. It got up to 32 and then right back down, dropped $7. Woohoo! TVTX, guys. There was your alert right there at $22.99. You know, I love these right underneath that whole number. Let's see how far down can this go. Meanwhile, iSun, the bid is catching up, 635, 647. So, I mean, why this was obviously very attractive to me. When you look left, look at the gap, 771. Well, U is still falling, guys. Underneath that whole number, and this could, I mean, this could really get it rocking down. Also, underneath that whole number, what's the market doing? So, well, we're not collapsing, but we are definitely down. All right, iSun, guys, it's turning into a nice little percentage move now. It's got to get that bid, get up into the 650s. Okay, so all these little energy plays, be super careful now. They're all giving it up, even the USEG. I mean, it's still up there, but you know, it would not surprise me if this just really has a big collapse now, along with the other ones. Look at HUSA, of course, the Indo. I mean, these are big, big, big moves. Look at the MXC. You know, $10 moves here, guys. I mean, 37 down to 29, not quite $10. Yeah, cruisers are still, I mean, CCL. Okay, so this one has not really fallen. Now, ICD, this is a drilling. This is like along with rig. So this one has not really fallen yet. ICD, low float. I like this, circling this float so you guys can really see why these things are moving. All right, guys, I hope some of you really took a hard look at that iSun. This is a great winner now. I was able, well, dropped again, that stupid spread. I was able to get some a little over the 650 mark, took some out. Yeah, you just got to. What's the? I haven't even checked what the volume, total volume on this one is. So yeah, volume's not bad. It's 14 times normal. But just look left, guys. You'll hear me say that a million times. Look left, look left, look left. Wow. Now we're cooking. We are cooking on that one. Again, you have the AI. I mean, look at it. ISUN, guys, the right sector. I took some out in the 650 mark, but that's okay. Wow, SUNW is, well, okay, I got a little greedy. I actually took a loss on the TVTX. Got a little greedy on it. I had a little bit of a scalp trade on it, I guess, but I got a little greedy, so I didn't take it out. I was so watching the ISUN. That's okay. So I took a little loss on the TVTX. Whoa, where do I think LNTH will find support? Well, you wouldn't want to see it give up 50 in any big way, but I don't know. I mean, you look at the daily chart, we've got a lot of action around that 40, just over 40, just underneath 49. Now, is that going to hold it? I don't know. But just look at the daily chart. We have a bottoming tail there. I mean, that could be the low. You wouldn't want to see it get down below 48.13 probably. Well, guys, now with these energy plays really starting to give it up, these little energy plays giving it up. We might have to just completely turn our focus. Wow, this iSun, one of the better ones from the AI in a while, guys. I mean, look at the percentage move, 20% right now. And if you've been in this room long enough, these are the ones that I love, the ones under 20. And I mean, but when I clicked on iSun at the beginning and I saw this massive void, I said, you got to take it. Yeah, I'm out most of it now, guys. I don't have very much of this left. I don't know where it's going, but what did I say? The next high looking left is 773, and it got up to 736. So I really believe that's going to stall it. So I may be completely wrong. This is not advice for how you should trade it, but I'm not in very much of it anymore. And if you're wondering where I got in, I mean, I don't get hung up on, I think people get way too hung up on having to get in right at the entry price. I never do that. And virtually anything I get, I click on the alert, I check to see what's happening. I wanted to see, okay, what sort of room it had. Of course, the light bulb went off immediately. I didn't get in till about 6:20, so 6:03 to 6:20. All right, I'm looking at TVTX again. See if it gets. I had a little scalp on that one. When I get into a trade, I'm not looking it as a scalp. But based on the way it was trading, but I was so wrapped up in the iSun, having to watch that one. Pola doesn't care. So this is Pola coming right into the 200-day moving average, 592. So will that stall it? Yeah, I mean, it's got, obviously, I mean, I took it because it has the room underneath. Wow. This is action galore here, guys. Action galore. Yeah, that is shortable. I'm surprised. There are not very many shorts available for BRN. 16,000 at Interactive Brokers. This is another AI alert on the short side. Now, I'm not a great pullback player, so I mean, I'm sure some of these little oil players are going to pull back to a level and maybe pop. So I know a lot of you will be watching the VWAP to see, see if these things go down to the VWAP. Meanwhile, the market is not catching any sort of a bid, guys. SPY's down, Dow's down, NAS is down. All right, there's TVTX on the way down again. Well, let's see if round two works. TVTX, let's see if it works. Gives up that 200-day. It came into the 200-day and it stalled it for a while again. Well, resistance. I mean, it's the next high looking left. I mean, Timothy, okay? So, I mean, that's the next high looking left, 770. Is that resistance? I don't know. But I certainly was aware of it. So, Zach, you said in the pre-market that you were lining up some shorts for some of these. How about Indo? Were you able to line up some shorts for Indo? Oh, the smaller ones. Okay. Well, I'm going to refer this to Zach's Billy. Boy, Billy. I mean, earnings a few days ago, March the 3rd, and it's just ever since that. Then another $7 drop for Billy, BILI. All right, guys. So I'm seeing in the tech support, I cannot help you. I don't know why that's happening. Okay, so my suggestion is that you. Oops, shoot! My suggestion is that you go to our homepage and start a discussion. Okay, that's 3 of you guys. So. I certainly can't help you. I don't know why that's happening for you guys. Just give me a moment. Here, I'm sorry, I'm just putting the link in now, okay? So when you click on the homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And it's questions and answers, okay? So basically just pose the question. Give them your email. Probably not email specific, but it doesn't hurt to give them your email so they can look up your account, but this is more technical. So I don't know what the fix is. Now, was it happening on previous versions? Because they may say go back to a previous version. All right, well, maybe you're going to have to go back to a previous version I don't know until it's. I don't know, Jado. I think you've been having this problem for a while. Happening on the beta. Wow, look at GameStop now, guys. Again, underneath 100. Okay, guys, I'm totally out of the ISUN now. Again, I will say it again. If you will not short, look, there are reasons why you won't short. Sometimes you can't short. Maybe your account doesn't allow you to. Okay, I get that. But if you won't short for psychological reasons, I can't help you. Somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but all right, TVTX. I should do another check to see where this could keep going to. All right, now we are talking the next low looking left is 2104. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, the next low is 2166. So this still has some room. Excelente. So there's a case in which, I got stopped out for a small loss the first time on the TVTX, and then it set up again, so I took it the second time. Guys, I hope if you took the ISUN, I hope you took some profit. I always got to be aware. I'm going to keep this circled for a while now. Always be aware of that float. Well, you know what? We didn't see this yesterday at all. Every single airliner did this. Hardly any sort of a pop. Well, I'm assuming every single airliner did this. So we're getting a little bit of a pop. Let's take a look at United. See if it is doing the same thing. Not really. Not really. Okay, now when I look at my little scalps for MARPs in the pre-market, I don't feel so badly. I'm hearing OPTT. OPTT. This is Ocean Power. No, the OP did not hold. Okay, well, did not hold. Got up to what? 186, and then a big collapse down here. All right, OPTT. So this is right now. I mean, looking at in theory similars, and nothing is even remotely. Not a low float, 55 million, so this is not one of those low float situations. So solar, guys, solar. Again, if you don't want to play a specific one, you can always try the tan. 10 is the ETF. All right, what is this one doing? OLPX, so breaking down on volume. This is an all-time low. Now this would show up in the 10-day daily breakdown, except the relative volume is too light, 4.7 million. Well, I mean, it's still good, but this is why this would not show up, but it is an all-time low now, OLPX. What do? The old toilet preparation manufacturing sector. My old job. Oh man, I love these, some of these sectors. So anyway, OLPX. And lots of shares, 1.4 million available at Interactive Brokerage are short. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one underneath 13. See how well it holds underneath 13. I may pile into the short. I mean, it's an all-time low. It is an earnings play too. Okay, it's an earnings play. No, I'm just kidding, Frank. I did not manufacture toilets. Nothing wrong with that if you did. Anybody out there who's a toilet manufacturer? We all need toilets. Where was it? There it is, OLPX. Ooh, it just popped up over 13. So I was waiting on it to see if it would hold underneath 13. So what I'm going to do with this one right now is to put an alert around 1290 and see if it takes that out later on. So well, big check mark again for this week's trade of the week, guys. CSIQ, the trigger was 33.18, so if 31.18. If you took it, now you couldn't have got it at 31.18 because it was above that on the open yesterday, but in the pre-market it was close to that. At any rate, there's about a $3 run. Another, I mean, guys, I mean, look at that. I did not take this one. I stupidly did not take this one. Really, really stupid. BRN. I mean, with all these little energy plays falling, these low float energy plays falling, I mean, and the AI said short it at what, 534. I mean, that's a tremendous, this is what I'm talking about. What time is it now? 10:16. So that's what I'm talking about, 534. And 498, well, it exited at 498. Some algorithm must have kicked in, but I don't see any reason for an exit. You know what? It was a target. In my opinion, just an artificial target. But if you took that short, there would be zero reason for exiting then. Okay? Morning, Ija. All right, guys. Well, that was another sort of a very quick one. Didn't make as much as I wanted to on the TVTX, but again, you got to follow these. You can't just, I mean, I was hoping maybe for a 22 break, but so I'm in nothing right now. I'm out of the ISUN. I'm out of the TVTX short. I should be in the BRN short. Man. So now that I'm out of everything, probably a good time just to start my spiel about trade ideas in general. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And I always start off, and that promo code, I did check, the promo code is still alive. My guess is that tonight is definitely going to be the last night for it. But let's take a look. Oops. Gold. GDX, I'm just looking at GDX. This is the gold miners, an ETF. Sabani, some of these gold plays are reversing, okay? SBSW, probably some of them are reversing. I just want to check on AU. Yeah, so some of them are reversing. They were down and now they're reversing. Anyway, have to get to the home page. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Not that. Okay, so this test drive sale promo, the promo code for 20% off, it is still alive. I just checked. My guess is that tonight will be it, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost, we have 4 plans. Annual and a monthly premium and standard. So the premium is $2,000. Apply that 20% discount, it'll get down to $1,600. Standard is $1,000. Apply the 20% discount, that'll get it down to $800. Okay. And the big difference between premium and standard is this little beauty today. All right. I'll go over that in a bit. And that's our AI. Now, you do not have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, here is my recommendation. If you don't know you want this product, please do not take out an annual subscription. You know, our refund policy is not, you just have to read it, okay? So you can't be a couple of months in and say, you know what, it's not for me, give me a refund. Sorry. So start off with a monthly, $118, $228. You can apply that 20% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do decide at some point you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%, okay? So please do not take out an annual unless you know you want the product. Okay, on my home page, we have 3 free sections, including this beautiful trade of the week, beautiful the last 2 weeks anyway. That is a free service. You'll be sent the email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I know there was a bit of a mix-up this week, but typically it's about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. And all the education right here. Okay, big user guide, all right? The user guide has segments. You can see all the different segments, alert windows, top list windows, down to here, the stock racing. If you're interested in stock racing, you know, please click on this and you'll see what it's all about. A couple of videos and some text really dives into what it's all about, okay? Also, the full table of contents is here and is all searchable. So we got a great user guide now. But if you're starting out, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. This is a very quick overview of the basic features of trade ideas. And then afterwards, you can dive into the user guide if you want a little more detail, okay? Today is Tuesday, so today you'll hear me talk about a YouTube room. I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break at around noon, And during my break between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Michael Noss. Michael is way more versed in Brokerage Plus, which I'll go over in a little bit, but he uses Brokerage Plus. He also backtests his own strategies and things like that. So if you're interested in things like that, save up your questions and you can head over to our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Also, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room, when I shut down the main room, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley is there to answer some questions, okay? So, a lot of support, Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday, so there is a webinar today. This week we're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday-Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And the aforementioned Michael Noss, he created this great little video series. If you're brand new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, take a look at this. Look at that GameStop. It will not give up. From 97 up to 102. All right, so those are the free sections. And then, of course, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I am sharing. All right. You can take a look at them individually. You don't load every one of them. I mean, you can look at every one of them, but you don't have every one of them as part of your layout. I've tried to create enough of them, different types of alerts and setups. Just to give you an idea, though, this is what I use in the pre-market, the gap up, gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down. These four I use in the pre-market, but especially these two. I've been using this for years and years with hardly any deviation. So, a lot of information. My homepage, especially these two sections, if you save my link, then you can take a look at them anytime you want. Thank you, Pepe. It seems like you've been able to help them. All right, a pause in the action. Oh, shoot, Marps was shortable too. Well, not many. 2,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Now, look at this. I mean, this got as high as what, 32? 18 now. Thank you so much, Pepe. Again, you're next on the list. Wanting a tech job at Trade Ideas? Perhaps, of course. No pressure, of course. But from this room is how we found the last three people who were hired to Trade Ideas. Stephanie and the two Chris's. Stephanie is the one who put together the user guide. Chris Varley, a lot of you know, he does a lot of support. And then it's funny, Chris McKay was hired as support, but we didn't know that he had a good technical background too. So he has basically slid into more development and more development than anything. Not so much support anymore. In fact, no support. Yeah, we couldn't pay you enough, Zach. You'd have to give up. You'd have to give doing what you're doing up, and that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, so was that you yesterday complaining, not complaining, but asking me why I'm doing this? So if you want to, I do this around 10:20, okay? So you want to tune me out for about 10 minutes between 10:20 and 10:30. I haven't quite finished, but go ahead. How does the uptick rule work? Okay, so if a stock is, let's pick a stock today. Just got to find one that's down. You got to find one there that is down more than 10%. David, Monsieur Bernier, comment ça va? I said I would welcome you in French if you. I said I think you've been talking to Andy quite a bit, so I said if David shows up, I will welcome you in French. Come on, find a stock that is down 10%. Give me one that's down 10%, guys. Well, let's pretend BKKT was down 10%, okay? So what happens with the uptick rule is this. If you are trying to short, typically when you want to short something, you just go in, assuming your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and just like you go in at the bid, place your bid or how many shares you want, and normally you'll get like an instant fill. Same way if you go long a stock and you go into the ask, you usually get an instant fill, right? When a stock is down more than 10% though, you can go in at the bid and you may not get a fill immediately. What has to happen is there has to be some trading at the ask, and then it has to come back to the bid. You still may not get a fill because there may be others in a queue ahead of you wanting to do the same thing. So that's why sometimes it's a real pain trying to get a short on a stock that is down 10% or more. Now, the uptick rule is still in effect the next day if a stock is down, okay? Even if it's only down 1 or 2%. It is still in effect. So that is basically what the uptick rule is all about. All right. Are there any other jobs? If you go to our home page, David, I don't know if there are any job openings right now. But if you go to our home page and submit a resume, you'll see, I think there was something there. You can always submit a resume. Wow, look at Schlumberger. I mentioned this one down here, and I do remember it because I was saying it has a big float, but look at this. BRN is, I guess it got halted. Well, it got halted, but it resumed. All right, last little bit, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So you notice that in my homepage, I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have scans here. If you click on new and then the dock channel bar, every one of these channels is theme based. So we have a momentum channel as an example. So the concept I'm just trying to show you here is if you saw a scan and you thought, wow, that looks interesting, you right click on the scan, it's an alert window, configure, summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. Just like mine, if you load one of my scans and click on configure and then summary, it'll tell you what it's looking for. Now you can always modify it if you want, or if you like it the way it is, fine. So if you like this one, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. So the idea, what I'm doing is, or concept is to go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Sorry, I'm going to the earnings channel. So if you thought up after earnings, down after earnings, okay, so you can go to the different channels and extract scans that you might like. And then what you do is then you load them from the cloud, back from the cloud, And then in that fashion, you can create your own layout without actually having to know how to create. Guys, keep an eye on this HYMC as it recovers over $1. Anyway, you can create your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Now, of course, if you want to create a scan from scratch, no problem. Right click, configure, search. So, no programming language to learn, okay? We have created many, many alerts and many, many filters. Don't get hung up on how many there are. We have a lot of them because, again, you don't have to know how to create, or you don't have to know a programming language. So we had to create a lot of alerts and filters, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. For the vast majority of our customers, they can combine those alerts and filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? But don't get hung up on all of them. You don't have to learn them all. Now, if you have the AI, this is what I'd be doing. I would click on New from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, this is what you're going to see today. Obviously, a beauty. Okay, so it gave us you the BRN short and the ISUN long. You know what? I didn't even know that this was an AI play. To be honest, the TVTX. I actually didn't know it. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Didn't even notice it was here. But obviously a great day for the AI today. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. And last, a word about this window called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a link in. All right, so I just put in the Brokerage Plus link right there. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an interactive Brokerage account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can connect Brokerage Plus, this window we call Brokerage Plus, so you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. Okay? Now the second video goes into a lot more detail. And again, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus if you want to. Okay? Again, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it. You only need our standard service if you want to use Brokerage Plus. The only time you need our premium service, two reasons to use for our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade anything, including the AI, which I don't agree with, or if you created your own strategy and you wanted to auto trade it, then you need our premium service. Okay? If you don't care about auto trading and if you don't care about having the AI, all you need is our standard service. And you can use this. Boy, there's the HYMC, guys. Remember I was saying keep an eye on it if it takes out that 10 again, or 1 again. Or you can try. We do have a swing trade channel. Okay, you can take a look at it. See what you think. I mean the strength alerts are designed also for. So if you have our well, if you're a subscriber, you have the strength alerts channel. I mean they are designed more for swing trading. Okay, you just click on this and it's outlined here. You know the little. This is the email that people get. You know you have an entry, you have a stop. The other one is the actual swing ideas, okay? So you can check out the strength alerts and swing ideas, okay? And that's in the channel bar. Click on dock channel, click on new, and then dock channel bar, okay? Dock channel bar. When you do that, you see you can have a layout up and running. When you click on a channel in here, your layout will remain. I'm still lobbying for them to get rid of the other version, which is this version. It does have a couple of things in here that are not available in the dock channel bar, but I just find it, I think it's too confusing for people, because now if you click on it, I won't do it, but if I click on a channel here, my layout will disappear. So that's the reason why you should be using the dock channel bar. Now the other main reason for this is using this as a simulator. Again, if you're new to trading, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still wondering about who your broker is going to be, doesn't matter. Just need our standard service, and then you click on the sim. I'll back this up a bit. I'll disconnect first, because this is what you'll see. It'll say not connected. You click on sim, and then it'll say account. Select account, click on the select account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you can practice trading, okay? Okay, David. I love Quebec. I'm from Montreal, so you know. So I know maple syrup. All right, guys, give me a break. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, this HYMC, I mean, it's been choppy, but it reminds me so much of, not the same sector, of course, reminds me so much of the OP yesterday. So I do not want to lose sight of it. Maybe takes out the high of these two, the bodies of these two candles, 114, and that might get it rocking again. I mean, this got all the way up to 140. Reminds me so much of the OP yesterday. All right, guys, there is a minor resurgence now in those low float stocks. You can see right there. Indo also is having a bit of a pop. So you can sort of see in this race here, USWS, it's leading the pack here, and it's trying to maybe come back a bit. You know, I am not a big pullback player, all right? But this can help me identify stocks that may be starting to pull, like to come back. And again, if you want to know more about racing, there's a husa. There's a husa. You want to know more about racing, again, go to the guide and go to the section on racing before you ask any questions, because I think it's covered really well there, both text and 2 videos. Mr. Mike C., good morning. All right, so I'm just going to set it and forget it on the HYMC at around $1.14. See if it takes it out later on. The volume is still huge. I mean, this is 59 million, 60 million in the float. It is traded the float 1.5 times or so, 93 million or even more. All right, let's see what's happening from my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, that wasn't bad. The BZ 2151 was the alert. Got down to 2077. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay. So look at all these little guys. They're starting to, well, Indo's not a little guy, but you know what I mean. Low floats. They're starting to come back. You don't even have to look at a chart. You just know that they're starting to move a little bit. Now, whether or not they keep going, that's the issue. Trade of the week, unbelievable again, guys. What's Arch right now? Is it still hanging around that 150 mark? Yeah. So 2 trades of the week in a row have been awesome. 118 was the trigger for Arch last week, and it's at 152 now. CSIQ, the trigger was 3114. Now, that's coming right into the 200-day. Boy, if it takes that out. Wow, so solar. I mean, just solar in general, guys, is... Look at TAN. Take a look at the ETF for solar. TAN. Yeah, look at TAN. I'm just looking at my breaking up on volume, and it's just a lot of solar stocks. SunPower or SPWR, sorry. Yeah, it was SunPower, SPWR. Yeah, if you go to info at trade, I'll give it info at trade-ideas.com. Oops, get my caps off. And you can request something. It'll show you some of the, well, most of them anyway. Maybe this year's, I don't know. So that's for you, Mike. Anybody interested in the past trades of the week? Now, have they all been fantastic like the Arch and CSIQ the last 2 weeks? No. But, you know, the whole idea though is when you get the email, it's laid out for you. It says, okay, here's a suggested entry and here is your suggested stop. And, you know, how you trade it, of course, will be up to you. Campbell's Soup. This is an earnings play, guys. CPB is an earnings play, and this is, I didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Really didn't do very much. And once the market opened though, and this is funny because it released earnings before the market opens, I'm sorry, I am wrong. This is tomorrow they release earnings. Campbell Soup releases earnings tomorrow. So this is sort of in advance of their earnings release. Well, the Clean Energy Index Fund, ICLEAN, ICLN, this is on the move here. Oops. All right. Well, it's nice to see the airlines are having a bit of a pop today. You know, they were straight down yesterday. Look at that daily chart for American. I mean, that basically closed right at the lows of the day, so it's having a little bit of a pop. I don't know what's oil prices. What are oil prices right now? All right, a little glance at the AI. So again, you had to trade. I mean, this ISON was awesome. I mean, what did it get up to? 603 and all the way up to 744. I mean, that is an awesome percentage increase, but you've got to trade it. Right now, the BRN though is still moving down. Now, if you're in this short, you know, you're probably aware yesterday's low was around 340, so that could support it. Oops. Dak, where have you been? Uber. I'm sure Lyft must be doing the same thing. Lyft must be doing the same thing. Take a look. Yeah, Lyft and Uber. Building a bomb shelter. Here's a cool name, Ounce. I don't think I've seen this one before. The Van Eck Merck Gold Trust. OUNZ. All right, now I haven't even looked at my I haven't had a chance to look at my watch list at all, see if anything interesting happened. RXRX, this was a big one yesterday in that watch list. I know it moved down most of the day. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. The alert to short was at 770. It got down. It held 7 held, but that would have been a nice 10%. Now, obviously, guys, you know, you're seeing this. This is in the simulator, okay? Somebody said they were having trouble placing an order with B+, so I did this in the pre-market. Obviously, I would never, ever, ever, ever be in this trade right now, for real. No, okay, now Campbell's Soup just took out the 200-day, guys. The next low looking left is 42.44. So, I mean, it's got some room to that next low. This is, no, in advance of their earnings release tomorrow before the market opens. All right, guys. Well, the airlines are coming back today. A little bit. Love is just over that hole number 2. And what has it got? High yesterday was 40.62. So if you didn't want to take one of them, just take a look at the ETF. There's Jets. Yeah, I mean, it just will not die. GME will not die. AMC doing the same thing. A little bit. All right, let's take a look at what the market is doing. So SPY's down a little bit, the Dow is down a little bit, the NAS is down a little bit. So nothing is, yeah, SPY's trying to put in a bit of a green bar there. All right, so love now underneath that whole number. Let's see if it can regain it. All right, I will put an alert above it again, maybe around 39.08, and see if love takes it out again, and maybe that'll get me interested. Well, I think that CSIQ didn't care very much about that 200-day moving average, 35.43, and there it is, guys. Well, that's a beauty. I mean, look at that green line there. That's that 200-day moving average, and it's just a little bit above it. All right, yeah, I'm looking at your bounce plays now, Zach. Let's see why you're seeing. I saw CPP on the way down, of course, but it's also in your bounce plays. And here are some of the ones on the topping. So if the market, well, the market's putting in a nice green bar right now. So again, bounce plays should work a lot better than topping plays right now. Like BSX. I mean, that looks really interesting if it takes out 41.24. You just sort of see, look at the 15-minute chart. You see 1, 2, 3 highs right there. So as a bounce play, if this market continues to do this, if it takes this out, this could have a bit of room to run. I mean, it's 42.63. It's way up there. So just a minute, please. All right, watching CSIQ right now to see if it holds that 200-day moving average. There it is, 35.43. Let's see if it holds it and bounces off it. Well, keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, it right down to it. For those of you who are not in it yet, I mean, holding that 200-day moving average and then moving higher off it, that could be, like an interesting entry. Okay, continuing to watch the BSX, see if it takes this area out here on a potential bounce. 41.24 or so is what I'm looking at for BSX. And again, look at this, guys. You've got to trade these. I mean, now this is actually below the entry, but I mean, you've got to trade them, right? Hi, son. No, give me a moment, please. Here's a little one, guys. Rover. Is it a dog? What do they do? Pet care. Yeah, okay. So Rover. I haven't seen this one. It's an earnings play after hours yesterday. It's just gone positive. ROVR. All right. So CSIQ challenging that 200-day again. Again, let's see if it holds it again. The CSIQ. Meanwhile, American Airlines, AAL is making new highs. Love is not. So LUV is not. All right, guys. ENSV, it back up to $8 almost, and then it came right back down off 8. It didn't have a huge pullback like the other ones. And again, we have that float, 11 million in the float. What sort of room does it have on the monthly chart? 736 is the high, 1080. Yeah, so 1080 is the high in the monthly chart. Excuse me, in the monthly chart. So it does still have some room. All right, so I see CSIQ gave up the 200-day moving average. There's a little red bar here, so gave up the 200-day. If it pops up above it again later on, that might get it running again. So I'm just going to stick an alert above it and see if it happens. I put the alert at around right around here, around 35.57, 35.60. There's a 200-day, okay? So if it can hold here and then move higher over that 200-day, might give another opportunity if you didn't take that trade to begin with. Because when you look left, it really doesn't have very much resistance. Ah! Son of a gun, I missed it. I missed it. I wanted to take this over 8. Boy, that just absolutely ran. Well, again, 3.2 million in the float. USEG. Get some volume coming in and popping it, maybe. I mean, the high was way up there. High was way up here at 14. I just took my eye. That's how quickly these things can go. And that is not even an insanely low float. I mean, 11 million is low, 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 low. But it's not insanely low. Even the 9 is coming back. So some of these ones are starting to come back now, guys. USEG. Keep an eye on the HUSA as long as it holds 10. Some of these things may start to come back. Haven't seen IMPP today. Just looking to see if it's, yeah, well, I mean, again, maybe it'll, you got to find a base somewhere. I mean, it's been a pretty, like a lot of those little plays, they've sold off quite a bit. I mean, this got up to what, 9, almost 10. So that's a big percentage sell-off. I mean, it's hard to tell right now. It's just kind of chopping around this area. Meanwhile, wow, last time I saw this one, it was around $4. So it had in fact, it had a big pullback. SNUW, there it is, winning the race. All right, guys, USEG maybe gets over that 1150 mark. I'm just looking at some of these, again, some of the smaller ones are having little pops here. Even the 9, I mean, the 9 is big. I mean, 586 to 713, that's a big percentage move. All right, so Bloomin' Brands yesterday had a horrible day, and like a lot of the retailers, a little bit of a pop back. This is on Zach's topping tail scan. Yeah, the market does not. Yeah, actually, 9 did get halted. Volatility halt for 9. All right, this one, I haven't really talked about this one too much, but another, little energy play, 9 million in the float, KLXE. This is a high now, intraday high, took out the pre-market high. Now when you look left on the weekly chart, what do you see? I see 1465 as the next high. Okay, when I say that, it's at 13 now. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance until you get to these levels. UCG just need some volume to pop it through. But guys, KLXE. And again, 9 million in the float. Wow, look at 9. It just popped up. Huh. So remember how much I was down in the simulator? Was I down about $600? Boom! There goes USEG. So these things are starting to come back a bit, guys. If you're going to take them, though, be careful. But they are starting to come back a bit. No. There we go. Okay. Well, yeah, good for you taking the USC. Just had to take out that 1250. Or sorry, the 1150, and then boom. The magnet, guys, obviously is the high over here. 14. Just waited on a 1250 break. All right, now keep an eye on the CSIQ again. If you weren't in it from yesterday, down to that 31 to 32 mark, keep an eye on it. There is that 200. Well, actually, did it hold the VWAP? It didn't sort of close to the VWAP, but there's that 200-day moving average again. See if it takes it out again with any authority. My I have a question about what's my criteria for an A+ setup. Assuming I get an alert, okay, obviously any alert I get means it's met all the criteria that I need in terms of a price range, of minimum volume, it's got to be up or down a certain percent. All those things are already satisfied. So my prime setup is always then going to be looking left on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart. And if I see a big void, like we saw with iSun earlier today, even though, I mean, it's pulled all the way back, that gets me very excited about taking a trade. Okay, it's that simple. So when the AI alerted iSun, the first thing I did, click on the alert. It was hanging around that 610 mark. I looked left and I saw, man, the next high is 770. That became like a double plus for me. Okay? As an example, you're asking me what is my ideal setup? Something like that is my ideal setup. Yeah, kelp could be next. Kelp, however we want to pronounce it. So again, with the USEG, now obviously these are all, you got to be awfully careful with the floats, but what attracted me to it was that high, 14. At one point, traders had it all the way up to 14. I was kind of waiting for an 1150 break, which happened rapidly. So again, everything I see has got some abnormal activity around it. It's always going to have a high relative volume. It doesn't have to be 136, but it's going to have a high relative volume. So I know that it's going to be active. But conversely, you've got to trade them. I mean, especially these ones, with such low floats, you've got to trade them. You can't just say, okay, I'm in this one, great, look at this high, it's going to hit that high, it's going to take it out, and wander away. You cannot do that. And the USEG is a bit of a different type of a trade for me because typically I'm not trading pullbacks. But again, you've got to, the psychology of all this, so you've got to recognize that these are the ones that are in play now. These little energy, low float energy plays are in play. I mean, look at the HUSA right now as an example. You kind of see that if it takes up this area, I mean, you're giving up a lot. Don't get me wrong, you're giving up a lot, but this is, again, with 8 million in the float, these things can have rapid movement. If it pops up on volume through this area up here, which is on 1129, which I'll put an alert up here, you see, I mean, 1, 2, 3 attempts in the 15-minute chart to get through there. Failed. What if we get some volume and it pops through there? Again, all traders are looking at is that, at one point during the day, this was up at 1768 or thereabouts, okay? That's all traders are looking at. So I don't mind giving up 30 or 40 cents to get a little more confirmation that a move may happen that's going to result in, maybe a multi-dollar move. Now, does it work every single time? Of course not. All right, so there's the CSIQ now, making a little move above the, does that mean I pile into the trade immediately? No, but now I do know that it's above, and this is more for other people, okay? It's not that I necessarily want to take this trade. It's just, I've had some questions, emails saying, I missed CSIQ, is there any other way to get into it? So You know, I was just talking about that SMA, the 200-day SMA. If it takes it out again, you know, it's a possibility it'll just keep going because, you know, the next high in the monthly chart is 39.23. So, you know, that is certainly enough room. On the weekly, is it the same? 39.82. So, I mean, there is room for this to keep moving without hitting any more resistance or the next highs. You have been talking about PBF, Brazilian. So you're obviously short this, Zach? Oh, I'm sorry. This is not the same. I'm thinking of another one. PBR. I'm thinking of PBR. I guess. PBR, right? That's the Brazilian. Yeah. You know, and recognizing, of course, that the solars are hot right now. Look at SunPower. I mean, that had a pretty decent pullback from. I mean, that's a dollar pullback, but now look at it, and can CSIQ follow? You know, it didn't have as deep a pullback as SunPower did, but obviously the solar stocks are in play also. Mr. Real, good morning. So again, keep an eye on the HUSA. I mean, if these small oil plays, low float oil plays, gain some traction again, I mean, HUSA takes out that 11 with any authority on some volume, I mean, anything can happen. Okay, I shall return. What time is it? 11:24. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. But just give me a moment. All right, sorry about that, guys. I was going a little bit longer, yeah, than I thought. I do something downstairs. Okay, there's the Husa, guys. But it was up and down, so I'm glad I missed it. Meanwhile, again, I know I say it, I know I probably sound like I'm nagging all the time, but guys, you cannot walk away from these sort of plays. Okay, look at the USEG. Yeah, I was able to trade in and out of it, but now it's halted. So you just cannot walk away from these. Now it's halted on the way down. The other thing I should really emphasize again, if you're not using our price alerts, not that we invented the concept of price alerts, but if you're not using them, I don't think you're using the program to its fullest advantage. Because, it's so easy to set the price alerts, in an area where you think you might want to be interested. You just set it and forget it, okay? I mean, this is what I've done, again, with the BSX. And so if I set it, all I have to do is I just have to move my pointer mouse to the area I want. You see a dotted line, and I right click, create the price alert. Now if I don't want it right at 41.25, of course I can change it and then just save it. That's it. Okay, I mean, how simple is that? Then I can just forget about it. Exactly, Mookie. I mean, it's again, we didn't invent price alerts, but it is so simple to do. I mean, I've used different price alerts from different charting programs, different brokerage platforms. I just find it so simple. The other thing you can do with the price alerts, and you really should go through them at least on the weekend. Get rid of some of them. We have a limit of 500. Some people complain. If you don't need more than 100, okay, quite frankly. But anyway, you should go through them. Obviously the ones that are triggered, you get rid of. So simple to do. But also, some price alerts that you've set in the past may not be relevant anymore. And you can actually dollars from the alert. You can sort on it. So for instance, Indo, is this really relevant anymore? It's $37 away, $36 away, $16 away. Of course not. All right, so you can actually see how far away from the alerts are the stocks. You can also use this to say, well, you know what? It hasn't triggered yet, but boy, it's so close, and maybe it's looking really good. Maybe I'll take it now. Now these ones are just waiting on these ones to see when they're going to release. These are all these small IPOs that have not released yet, I guess because of market conditions. And you sort on the triggered time so that when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on the screen. I'm going to show you what I mean. Let's get a one that's moving. So I'm going to put a price alert for USEG above and just below. This should move. Okay. And you saw what I did. I minimized the price alert box, so you don't have to stare at it all. There you go. See what happens? It popped up on my screen, and because I sort on the trigger time column, it'll appear right at the top. I put a sound alert on it also because I do have a wireless headset and I wander away from my computer every now and then. I can come running back because I know this has got the unique sound. I know what the sound is. So you can't miss it. And here it happened again. You know, if I had, and you minimize it so that it'll pop up on your screen. You don't have to stare at it. It doesn't have to take up any screen space whatsoever. And how you start it is just click on New. From the toolbar, click on New, and then click on your Price Alerts window. And then you have different columns you can add. So I really encourage you to use the Price Alerts. Excuse me, sorry about that. Sure, so you know how to get the Price Alert window up, right? You click on New from the toolbar and then click on Price Alerts window. Okay, so once you've got the Price Alerts window, then of course I minimize it. Okay, I do minimize it. So I'm going to shove it on another screen. So if I want to put a price alert anywhere, you know, let's say I want to do a price alert on USEG again. So I just move my pointer. You know, you see that dotted line is there. I just move it to where I want the price alert to be. You know, so if I can eyeball it. So if I want it to be at, you know, 1178. So create the price alert. Now, if I want to modify this a little bit, move it down, I can obviously just type it in, make it 1170. Now, I don't put any notes in generally. I put notes in for the IPOs, but generally I don't put any notes in. So it makes it quick and I just save. That's it. And what you would have seen is this popped up on my screen. Okay, it was on my other monitor. And that's it. Okay? Did you get that? And then the idea then, I would spend the weekend, you know, take a look at your price alerts to see if they're so if they're so relevant, okay? Whew, 11:39. So I'm just going to confirm that it is Michael Noss in our YouTube room. All right, I'm sorry, guys. So we got some of these internal discussions are, shall we say, very interesting. All right, I'm just confirming it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. Again, he's way more of an expert using this, Brokerage Plus, and backtesting strategies and things like that. We all have different styles of trade ideas, you know, in terms of trading. Look at the CSIQ now, guys. Uranium, guys, uranium. There's the ETF for uranium coming into maybe some resistance, but uranium, URA, on the move. There's Cameco, the big guy, CCJ. So uranium on the move. Quadruple U, solar, uranium. As opposed to U.S. foods. Look at this one. My goodness. U.S. foods, 39 to 30 in 3.5 days. Not an earnings play that I'm aware of. No, U.S. foods. Boy, this is just being kicked here. Takes out 30. What happens? You know, I mean, if this takes out 30, the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Wow, it's way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get to 120, but boy, oh boy. This is disaster. And it's not an earnings play. Just want to see if there's any specific news. Boy, keep an eye on these CSIQ. I mean, the CSIQ is poised again. The longer it holds over that 200-day moving average. Okay, it is Michael. So Michael will be there at noon. So in about 15 minutes, Michael will take over in our YouTube room. Boy, look at, I mean, we got uranium and solar. Uranium and solar and clean energy and cannabis. No, I'm kidding. I mean, the grow is going, GRWG. My guess is that cannabis is not, little green. But I mentioned this clean energy ETF a little while ago. 200 days, about $1 away. And that's ICLN. It looks that way with the Indo and the MXC, but you just never know. Is there any news on this one? Okay, so I guess No, I'm just trying to see if there's any news on GRWG, why it is surging here. I don't see any specific news. I see some downgrades yesterday on the 3rd. I don't see any specific news today for it. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. TLRY. I think it was Tilray is doing the same thing. So I guess, okay, for whatever reason, some of the cannabis stocks are having a little bit of a pop. CSIQ, guys, CSIQ. All right, guys, I mean, again, I can't tell anybody to take a trade. I just wanted to point out that CSIQ, if it got above that 200-day moving average again, type CSIQ, it could give you an opportunity if you had not been in this one before, or even to add, I mean, to a winning trade. I don't follow too many indicators, but certainly the 200-day and secondarily the VWAP, but really the 200-day, very aware of it. All right, so clean energy is starting to rip here. I mean, actually, there is a company called Clean Energy. It just happens to, that's just coincidental. CLNE, but just in general. And ICD, I think, just made another new high. Yeah, ICD made another new high. Low float. Well, it is trying, Zach. I mean, that's far enough away. It's 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. 23.42, so that is about $1.40 or so away. Now, I hope you're out of your Campbell soup. I think you were going long Campbell soup on a pop. I don't know if you're still in it, Zach. CPB. You got out even? Okay. Now this one could be interesting. This is from Zach's Bounce Plays, MRVI. The reason it could be interesting is as that market makes a green candle, okay, some little bounces may start working. Okay, one moment, please. So guys, if you're looking for action, those of you who want a lot of action, I mean, these are obviously super active all day, okay? The other ones are less so, but if you're looking for action, now, I think this is extreme. because this is don't repeat, and look at all of the different symbols. And this is don't repeat on the way down, not as many. But this is, you know, this is what I'm sharing this one, breaking up and down in volume. Okay. Hey, it's trying though. It is trying to come back a little bit here. Not the one that is, you know, but it is still negative. I mean, at least the other ones were still positive. USEG were very positive. BRN was not. At one point in the pre-market, it was, of course, up to $7. Gets cut in half, 350. And even wind power, guys, wind power, alternative energy, BWEN. What's the float on this one? 17 million? Is that covering up the short float percent? Let me just see. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, I'll just make it slightly smaller. Get it up here. Yeah, Campbell Soup. I mean, ahead of earnings tomorrow is just getting trashed here, guys. I mean, the next low looking left is 42.40. Let's see Trip. Trip.com, is that what it is? Or TripAdvisor? Yeah. Well, next high looking left is 23, so getting a little bit close to that. Yeah, I gotta move that a little bit. Well, CSIQ holding 36 now. I know some of you were following Clove yesterday. It's completely unrelated to any sector that we're following, but anyway, there it is. PLM Polymet. PLM, a little pop here. Not a little one, a big one. 381 up to 450. Boy, what a lot of movers, guys. Certainly not a boring market. I don't have a specific one for extreme RSI, Clark, but I mean it's easy enough for you to build one. You know, you just start off with this. I mean, afterwards, okay, afterwards, what time is it? 11:56. Okay, so afterwards you can add in, but these are the RSI filters, okay? So start off with an alert window. You're going to create an alert window, but then here are the RSI filters, okay? So we have the 1 minute, 2 minute, 5. You have to pick the time frame. I can't tell you what time frame you want to use. And then your minimum, add the filter. And then your minimum, whatever you think, you know, is going to be a very high RSI. You might want to start with 75 or 80. Okay, so that would be a high RSI. And then after that, you know, put a price range, create a price range, minimum volume, things like that. So I don't have a specific scan for extreme RSI, but it's easy enough for you to build. Have you ever built any alert window or top list window before, Clark? Yeah, okay, good. If you've done it, then it's simple. I mean, you just had to find the actual filter. And I can't tell you what time frame to use. I mean, that'll be up to you. And then all you have to do then is put some kind of a trigger in. You know, either like a new high for the day or a new 5-minute high or something. So you get an alert. You could also create a top list though if you wanted to, and just have a top list showing you stocks with high RSIs. You know, so you could create a top list, and then you could have your RSI column, and you could sort on it, so you would see the ones that are, you know, the high, like the high RSIs. Well, perfect circle. I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. I mean, all it does is the number of prints is just the average number of prints over the last 10 days. How it's getting that data, I don't know. So if you're looking for stocks that trade a lot, say a minimum of 5,000 prints a day, trades a day, you know, we have a way to get that information. The mechanics of getting it, I have no idea. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. He should be there anytime. Just going to get my announcement in. On a break. There.
All right, everyone. Welcome. Let me make sure the sound and everything is working. All right, I hear myself there. And then if I click that button, just wait for the stream to update. Let's pop out the chat here so I don't crink my neck looking over at that monitor. And that's working too. So cool. Everything working. Awesome. So, again, for everyone that is new here, welcome and thanks for coming. What we do here is for an hour each and every day, we open up the chat room to live Q&A where we just hang out, Any questions when it comes to using trade ideas, general trading conversations, and things like that? Always appreciate questions because we generally don't really have anything prepared. We just want to make sure that we're around for questions when they come. So high fidelity sound. I'm a sound nerd. I hate watching streams or YouTube videos or whatever with bad sound, so I invest a little bit in that for my YouTube stuff as well. Tim Hortons today, being very Canadian. I have to roll up the rim here. Maybe if we get to the end of the coffee, we'll do that, see if I'm a millionaire, and then I'll just turn off the stream immediately. How do you use level 2? I would argue you don't. And this is from somebody who actually started their trading career using level 2, like only level 2. We wouldn't have access to... we wouldn't have access to charts. We wouldn't have access to anything else. The only thing that we were allowed to look at to trade was level 2. So I am very familiar with it. But what happened over time is games that make it so that you never have to display your size on level 2 anymore, right? So anybody trading any size at all with, 2 brain cells in their head have a way to hide their orders. So they will not show on level 2, right? So there are iceberg orders, there are hidden orders, there are dark pool orders. I don't have a level 2 up. Maybe find a picture of a level 2, or maybe even a YouTube video. Level 2 stocks. So it's basically it's showing the bid and the ask, but the issue is that it doesn't need to, you don't need to show that anymore, right? So the only people you're seeing that exist on level 2 is people who have no idea what they're doing when it comes to trading, right? Otherwise, you would have some sort of algorithm or something like that in order to hide your orders, right? I don't know what that is, but we'll hide that. Hey Mike, how do I create an alert when the RSI crosses below a threshold? You can't currently do that, but what you can do is RSI levels. So if you configure anything, again, if you want to find out any scan or any filter that we have access to, you can just go into search and then do RSI. So these are the RSI filters we have. So you could do when RSI is at a certain level. So for example, if you're trying to see it cross to oversold, what I would do is I would put this just above, like, so say for example, let's just do this under a new alert window. And let's say I wanted to find stocks that are crossing down into the oversold on the 15-minute chart, just to make it simple. So what I would do is I would say, okay, oversold is generally 30. So I want to say, the maximum value of this is about 35. And then what I would do is I would accompany that with a new low, either on the day, or you could just say 15 min and use a new 15-minute low or something like that. Because again, you got to know, and I actually did a video about this that I'll find, how the mathematics of RSI actually works. And all it's doing is it's taking the average up move versus the average down move, and it's calculating that out. So if you want the RSI to be moving lower, all you need is for the stock to be moving lower, and vice versa. So if you can get it close, then Bollinger Bands, RSI right here. So yeah, that will actually explain all of the mathematics and everything behind RSI. It's a series that I'm doing on my channel about demystifying indicators, because as we know, there's no indicator out there will just make you money. It's just not how it works. But so if you get, again, the theory being if you get the RSI close to the level and then you get the price making a new high or low, then the RSI will follow after that, right? Because all of these indicators are lagging in nature. So that's going to be the close thing. CSIQ, that was the trade of the week this week, CSIQ. It helps if I type in the right ticker. See, dyslexia is just horrible. So I would say you're a little late up here. It looked like a good chart when it broke. I believe this was roughly the area that the trade of the week said it should break. Looked great there. You know, you're up 13% today. I don't think, I would never buy a stock that's up 13% on the day for a swing trade. You know, intraday, who cares, right? Trade that chart. You know, if you're trading intraday, you should be looking intraday. So, look at, if you're trading for the last 5 minutes, then overextended is, what's happened in the last 5 minutes kind of thing. But for a swing trade, I think it's kind of overdone here. Now, we're coming into an area up in here that could right, this kind of congestion area I would watch next. And that, we're looking at, I'm having an issue here. Oh, angry little troll. Yeah, so I would watch this area, in the high 30s, low 40s if we get there. But really, I just couldn't look at a 13%, a 13% gain in a single day and not put some money in my pocket. Right? That seems pretty incredibly greedy, right? If you're up, you make that much in a day. So if I was in some of this, which I didn't get any of this, but if I was, I would definitely be taking part of the position anyway. Take some, locks that in your pocket. Basically, as you come down to this prior area right here, that's kind of, to me, step one of, okay, let's lock some of that in. Put some of that money in our pocket and then allocate that money into hopefully another profitable trade out there. The SPY had a bit of a turn there. This 420 area, we've been joking about it in the trader chat that we have within Trade Ideas, just the guys that work and me who consults there, chatting about this 420 area and just how insanely significant it was. Back here, there was actually another, if you go back further, 420 was an area there. We closed right at it yesterday. When we gapped below it, we were met with buyers. So for now, anyway, there seems to be some entity or institution or something that's just looking at this 420 area on the SPY, and just every time it gets there, it's aggressive. It's time to aggressively buy. So let's, I can show you that. Show you this a little further out. Yeah, kind of in this area right here as well. This was about 424, and then back here, the low of this week was about 421. So yeah, 420, and of course, because it's the number it is, we're making all the jokes that one would expect. But yeah, it's very, very important just to see, and this is why I've been cautious, but I haven't been full out bearish on this market as a technician. So again, if anyone doesn't know me, I'm a chartered market technician and a quant. So I basically use statistics and combine that with technical analysis, and that's how I do my trading. And with this, as long as we hold above this 420 area, we're still technically not in a downtrend, right? And just we look at that just by, tracking out the highs and the lows, right? We've been in this, probably better do it on the weekly. So since the last kind of crash there, we've been just making these higher highs and higher lows, and we've been struggling here. So I think the next move here gets very important. We either bounce from here and we're continuing this uptrend and this was just a sloppy, long period of time, or if this thing breaks down, well, then that kind of completes your head and shoulders top, and then maybe it's time for an actual, a real sell-off, which, certainly we never hope happens. Especially there's a lot of new traders out there who haven't navigated that environment, and I feel sorry for them. TI Strength has done an amazing job navigating this environment. So if people are focused in the right area, then there's definitely a lot of opportunity still in this market from the long side, which is great. There's no need to be aggressively short in this market. There's a bull market that we're finding out here somewhere. AI had another great day today. In conservative mode, it made most of its money right off the open and then just kind of chopping about. This F-Tech is something that's interesting to me at breaking out of this chart, but yeah, that's what deterred me from it. It has earnings tonight, so I can't really participate in that. This BRN was just a monster and just continues to be. It just took the short and then just target was hit in minutes after this. Like, what else do you want? Yeah, you were short here, and then 15 minutes later the target was hit, but it just kind of fell apart entirely. Yeah, look at that. Look at that pop on the SPY right there. If you guys don't know, I'm sure you've seen this, but we have this new Optimum AI channel. Essentially what this does, and I really like this concept as someone who studies a lot of psychology when it relates to trading and that type of thing, it focuses on only the winners. As soon as it's a losing position, it just takes it off your screen entirely, which is one great way to use not just the AI, but it should be kind of how you manage your own portfolio and your own trading as well, is that I'm only going to focus on the things that are working for me. All right, as soon as it's a loser, you take it off your screen, you move on with your day. It will bring it back onto the screen if it passes back through into positive territory. So it's just an interesting way to look at that. For the TI Strength stuff this week, this TWI I like. It hasn't triggered yet. The trigger was just up in this area. So it didn't trigger, just sold off yesterday. But if it can get back and hold over 12, I'm interested in that because it did this little fake out above 12. But if it can continue, I like the look of that one. MDRX, I actually have a alert set above 22. You can see $22 on this one. It keeps backing off it. So I want to see a break of 22 to take a trade on that one. Box, I don't know if we've gotten... Oh yeah, box triggered. So box would have triggered right here. 28 is a big area there. This one, it's like I really love the weekly chart on this, but it's such a choppy mess. Like it puts in this nice ascending triangle, but within that, it's just been... So this one I took some of in here, and I think I just put my stop under 24, and I'm just going to hold it until it hits the stop or until I get some gain from that, just because it's a choppy one, right? It's not a it's not a smooth mover. And when trade's not a smooth mover, the way I think you deal with it is you lower your size and then you just walk away. You just don't look at it. VRTX I like as well. Hasn't triggered quite yet, but if we can even get a close above 240, that's where I'm interested in. You see the last 2 days, it's broken 240, but it failed to close above it. So there's some selling that came in there late in the day. Any close above 240s, that's where I'll buy it. As a lot of you guys know already, I do a lot of my trade execution on my swing trades into the close. EQR triggered. I didn't take that one. But if it gets back up there, it's the reason I didn't is this $90 area seems like a big deal. So I kind of want to see a close up in the $90 area, then I'll take it from there. It's one of those things that it's, yes, there are rules and everything built around the algorithm. However, I just don't want to just follow that. That doesn't seem like the best way to do it. I want to apply my trading eye when it comes to technical analysis on top of the algorithm, which is what I talked about earlier as being a CMT and a quant, right? Is I want to use the quant side of things to figure out what to trade and then use, my study of the markets and the charts and everything like that to place the trades. I did take a small but almost for fun short here in USO. More of a, this thing's been overextended. More of a buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing. I had a buddy text me and said that America did ban Russian oil, and all these oil stocks have just been insane. When you get these low float oil stocks that are up like 200-300%, that's kind of the last dying gasp of some of these things. And when they came out to announce, as someone who I've done some consulting, and I have a buddy who continues to consulting in the oil sector within Canada. The trade that he was basically saying is that when these things start to ban oil, that will probably be the height of this because, for example, the U.S. Uses, I think, 2% of their oil comes from Russia, so it's nothing that they ban it. And Canada, where I'm from, actually banned oil, and we haven't taken a drop of Russian oil in like 4 years. So it's, these things are all for show, and it's one of those things that when you get those for show events, so I was trading this intraday as just kind of more of a for fun. And I took a short at somewhere around 86, and I just put my stop at 88, and I'll move on from there. I may have gotten triggered. I don't know. This is not, this is a demo thing for show. I may have gotten triggered off some. I think I put it at 82, so I probably didn't. But I have half an order out here somewhere to just take some profits and then hold the rest for hopefully a multi-day kind of a move. Yeah, you can see I like EHC here if it can get over 68. It's a notes that I have written down. Need to see a close up there, but basically just looking at this resistance for a long period of time, potential double bottom here. It's basically the simplest way to put it. It's just playing this range. A nice pullback on the weekly chart inside this range. It's been hugging tight to the top of that range. So if we can get a breakthrough, that's interesting. If I put a limit on float, does it filter out those with no float data? It will, yes. So I was looking at my sector watcher. Where is that? Earlier in the day. And yeah, tan is just insane. So solar is just rocketing. So then what do we do with that, right? So tan, for those who don't know, is the solar ETF. I've been watching this thing for a while here. Essentially, because we have this support zone that was support in through here and then back through here. And then we broke this just a little bit and then gapped back up. So quite often, if you see a support zone like that broken just by a little bit and then shoot back up, you can look at that and most people would say that's a bear trap, right? So they want to suck people in shorting under that level. They want people who are stopped out of that level, and then reverse it up. So then you now have all the FOMO of people who got stopped out there. That's the idea behind a bear trap. So maybe getting that there, but then what we need to do is go and find actual names that are working well with it. And an easy way to do that, if anyone is interested, is you can go into, so find something, so CSIQ, right? We were talking about earlier. That was our free trade of the week that Steve does, and it was great. If you go to your single stock window here and you click on the similar tab right there, you can find a lot of stocks that are in that industry. Right, so you can either have similar based on price action, but I have it here based on competitors. And then if I pop this out, it will create a top list right here. So SPWR is a solar one. Beam is a solar one. I can go back to details here. So it's an easy way to say, okay, if I find a stock, let me look at the other ones. And bring up profiles just to make sure that it's the same kind of things. All right, so Beam is solar power, KPON. So what I'll do is I'll just start kind of tabbing through a lot of these names just to see, is there something that hasn't gone that might look to go? Is there something that is there something that looks better than CSIQ? Is there something that, you maybe has a second catalyst? It's a good, easy way just to say, hey, I'm interested in this. Maybe I'll do something like this. Like this SEDG looks interesting. Just breaking out of this little bull flag, right? So it has this strong push up. Even before TAN started moving, it had a nice push up and then starts kind of chopping sideways here. I think that FTech, I don't think FTech's solar, but I think it has something to do with carbon capture or something to that respect. And that's breaking out, and that was an AI play. Looks like I had this line here from wherever ago. It's probably a better place for it. So, this is one of the reasons why I focus on the sector list so much, is because if you can find a sector that's really breaking out or really starting to move, well, from there, then you can go, okay, well, what's the ramifications of that? So if everyone's super jacked up about solar now, and, you can wrap whatever fundamental story you want around it, but it might just be that oil's so high, and when oil's so high, one would imagine that increases in alternative energies investment would make sense. If oil's cheap, doesn't make as much sense to invest in all of these things. But if oil is really expensive, then it makes more sense to go, okay, now it's time to kind of take a look at these other things. So if that's the case, it might make sense to, if you think this move is going to continue, which, I like the bear trap scenario that I laid out there. If that's going to continue, then it would make sense to just build a list, set price alerts, Right. So if I wanted to go, what was it? SEDG? SEDG. Is that it? Yeah. So for example, if you guys don't know, at any time, you can just right click on a chart, and wherever your mouse is hovering, you can just create a price alert, and it will just put a little price alert there. So you can just start to build lists here of stocks that you think are interesting that are going to have to do with what's going on there in the market. So my idea that oil may have been a sell the news type of event. If I'm correct at all on that, then it would make sense to build a things that are gas related that are showing relative weakness and I think might break down. So I really don't know if there's anything that is oil related that hasn't kind of completely rocketed already, but well, I guess here's one now. So PSXP isn't joining the rest of the oil world. So if oil tops and this thing starts to break down this little support in through here, that might be a move. And you go, okay. Well, you create a price alert for in here. I can actually just do that. You just right click, create price alert, and you can add little notes and stuff to it. So I'd write if oil breaks down. Right? Because this is it's a pipeline name, but this is something oil related that's not going insane with everything else on the planet that's oil related. So that might be the move. And that's generally what I do in these really choppy markets. You have to be much more deliberate and intentful with what it is that you're trying to do. Right? You can't just kind of swing from the hip in the way that you might be able to in more forgiving markets. So I spend a lot of time making lists and having the system monitor those lists for me so that when it's go time, I have a list of a handful of names that I want to participate in. So I'm just waffling on here, but I want to remind everybody that we're here for questions. So if you have any questions at all about trade ideas or trading or anything like that, type them in chat. Let us know. Pop out chat. Just make sure. I just refreshing the chat there. Just don't want to miss anything if it comes in. And then pause that so I'm not dragging down my internet. Other than that, oil and gas has seemed to be the thing. Wheat, I think that's pulling back now as well. Yeah, that's cracked. It's funny, I made a joke last night that oil seems to be trading like those penny stocks that always do an offering. Another one I'm walking, I think I may have gotten triggered in, I don't know here, is this Merck pulp mill. So more of an oil or a wood play, but basically just playing off of this zone here. If I had to pick a play to do forever, and I'm still working on the best way to scan for it, is this prior resistance becoming support. It's just a super kind of brain dead play that I find has insane risk reward parameters. Am I from Alberta? No, I'm far east coast, so Nova Scotia. But yeah, so if this I was put this on the watch list yesterday. The plan is if it holds here and starts moving off, that's where I'm interested. We're getting that. So I either got triggered over these highs, I don't know. Or if we close in this area, I would definitely take a look at it and see if we can get a pop to 14. And then above 14, who knows? A slow mover for sure. But that's the stuff that's making money, is the slow, boring movers. I do certainly feel bad for the people who haven't been able to adapt to that. There's people that I talk to that are still, they're still saying, when can I, buy DraftKings or Spotify or Arc, right? And they're still chasing these completely broken names. And it's just not the move. It's the reason I came up with TI Strength, just to make sure that you're in the other one, that you're in the right kind of name. You can't. So, question: how do I copy one channel from, or one window from a channel to another? Well, you can't. So, because the channels are custom built for just to be completely unuser definable, right? They're made just to, here is something to start with, and then hopefully eventually down the road you build your own, right? So, it's one of those things where you just, if you want to take from it, I'll show you now, you can certainly do that, but that's what I suggest, is take from it and build your own channel. It's like we do the stats, and 95% of our users build their own channel. So you can take from these channels, but you can't just copy from one to another, because again, they're right. Everybody sees the same channel kind of thing, right? They're pre-built. So if I wanted to grab this window, this high volume movers, I can just right click on this one and I can duplicate it to a free floating window if I want it to be a free floating window. Or if I want to move it into that other dock that I have, I need to rename it, but it's called TI Strength. I can click on that, and now you'll see that I've moved that scan over into this channel, or into this dock. And then at any time, I can just right click on the top of the dock and I can save it to the cloud. So you can take it from that one and you can move it into your own. You just can't take from one channel and move it into the other. Now, you can build your own button here. Once you have a channel set up the way you like, you can make it so it's a button right here. So to do that, you right click on the header bar again, and there's edit custom channel button. When you right click on the header bar, just making sure that's picking up on stream. Yeah, it is. So you edit custom channels and you'll be presented with this menu. Let's delete that right there. Let's do the whole process. So first you set up the channel the way you like it. And I'm going to right click this and I'm going to save it to the cloud. Let's rename it first. Change title. I don't like that it's called TI Strength. I'll just call it main, because this is the main thing that I keep up on a window somewhere throughout the day. So I'm going to save this to the cloud. And again, the same thing, just right click on the header bar, save and share to cloud. It will come up with this window and you can save it over. So now if you want to go to your channel bar, and I want to make it so that's a channel that I can go from, Holly, and then I can click on that and it goes to that channel, then I can right click and go to edit custom channels. So I'll delete that just so we're starting from scratch here. So what you'll do is you'll add a channel. You can pick whichever image you want. You can upload your own image if you have one that works. Let's just grab, Bruce Lee here. And then you want to name the channel. So I don't know, I'll just call it main. And then down here where you select from cloud, just pick the channel that I just saved. I'll click OK and OK and then you'll see it right up there. There's the name, there's the picture. And as soon as I hit apply, you can see up in the corner, it created that channel. So if I click on this, it will load up a version of this channel. So I can just close this. There we go. So then if I open up this, then I have the channel bar here. So if I want to go check on Holly, I can do that, and it changes this channel. And then always my channel will be hanging out right up here as well. So I can just click on this, and I can just go back to that channel. So that's probably the best way to do it, right? To make sure that you can get at your channel quickly. If you don't want to have multiple open at once, that's an easy way to do it. It's just you can switch back and forth like that. Is there a way to export names from the Market Explorer? Yeah, if you hover in the Market Explorer and just hit Control-C to copy, let me just open up. It will copy all the information out. Then you just paste it into a symbol list. Right, so if I... Oh, sometimes it can take a second to copy it out if there's a lot of cells like that. And that's, I think, what it's doing here. Plus, again, this is a virtual machine I have running on my computer. It runs perfectly fine until the moment I start streaming. I always forget. I always forget to assign more power to this. But yeah, as soon as it's done, you'll just paste it into Excel, and away you go. Yeah, no problem. And you can do that with everything in the system, right? You can copy out of a top list. You can copy out of a alert window. You can copy whatever you want so that you can end up going and doing whatever you need to do outside that's going to help you make better trades. For me, I don't really play with that too much. I just want... As a lot of people can see, now that we've got nice bar charts, this is how I like to have my chart set up, with just nice black on white, or if it's in dark mode, a white on black. I wonder if it does do that automatically. No, it turns that to... I can go chart style if I'm in dark mode. If it's late at night and I'm catching a scan, one color, and I'll just do something like that. No indicators. Sometimes I'll put up an RSI or a moving average if I'm playing with something, but I'm very much a keep it simple kind of person when it comes to my trading. I've noticed that that's, generally speaking, the best way to be. So I'll use the scans that are here, and if I find something from them, great. If I don't, it's fine. My USO seems to be doing okay. Still chopping around here. A trade as old as time. If you want a very simple, for people who try to trade off news, I obviously don't recommend it. It just doesn't make sense in the long run. However, if you are trying to make a trade off news, I think the easiest way to do that is the whole buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing. If you find something that's running up into an event, running up into some sort of news or earnings or anything like that, and then zoom in. So this is what I did here, is everyone's been expecting, this oil stuff again has just got insane. And then when the announcement came that oil wasn't doing well, when we broke down under here, I just took a short. I put my stop at the high of the day, and come what may. Okay, so we broke 82. So I definitely got triggered on part of my position out there for sure. But right, a lot of people try to look at news and interpret that news and make a trade-off news. And again, just couldn't recommend that less because it just doesn't work like that. One would think that if you just sat someone down who didn't understand trading and said, hey, the U.S. has just blocked off 3% of its oil imports, do you think the United States oil fund is moving higher or lower? They would probably say, oh, it's probably moving higher. And, the thing's just cracked. It was up in 86-ish when I shorted it and went down to 82. So it went negative on the day for a second there. So same with, if you find a stock that's just tanking into earnings or something like that, even if the earnings come out bad, the odds are that you could potentially get a bounce. But like anything, I never suggest taking any kind of news and trading off that. What you want to do is use that to maybe come up with a theory or a synopsis or something, and then at the end of the day, right, only price pays. So you got to make sure that you're in the direction of price. It's got another 15 minutes for questions. If you've got any questions on the go. It's crazy. I went to the TI strength alerts from yesterday just to see how it went. Assuming you take them over the high of the day that they were triggered, right? So EGLE, it would have been a buy here. You were up like, I think 10% at one point today. Schlumberger, same kind of thing. If you took it over the high of yesterday, that thing rocketed. TS, right? I don't think it would get gapped up here, so you wouldn't have gotten anything there. Siri, geez, even Siri worked okay. MXC, there would have been no trigger. So this is something I think I might throw into our Brokerage Plus with our simulated account. If you don't know, right, we have the ability to fake trades. I always use our simulator, even as someone, right, who trades for a living. I always like to use our simulator to test new things. So, for example, TI strength plays. Might be interesting to take the symbols and add them to a symbol list each night and just tell the system if they break yesterday's high to buy them. And then see what happens, right? Do a 2-to-1 risk reward. Maybe take out part during a day trade and then hold the rest for a longer term thing. That's something I'm playing with because I do trade TI strength now, but I do it pretty discretionarily, and I am looking to kind of systematize that and then maybe make a YouTube video. So I'll type hi in chat if you're interested in that. Go over my YouTube channel and just give it a sub, and then you'll be notified. Hit the little bell and all that. You'll be notified when I start doing that. I'm going to do something with it. I know. It's just what and when. Because right now this TI strength and within the Market Explorer, also the bull flag scanner are kind of 90% of what I'm using for my nightly scanning. Where, again, if you don't know, TI strength is this algorithm that I use as well. It's essentially an algorithm that looks for the strongest stocks. The theory and the logic being that relative strength is the most studied form of trading, that if you just simply buy the strongest stocks and you hold them and then you repeat, you can kind of go from there, and that will outperform the market. And TI strength has been tested and to outperform the market for a period of time. And then this bull flag scanner is just that. It's just looking for stocks that have been moving up and are now kind of consolidating in some way. And there's like, maybe 100 symbols here a night that I like to look at. You can see they all have some type of a, strong stock pulling back. This one could probably look like this, as much as we can with mathematics, right? Humera, right? Strong stock, consolidation. And really, if that's the simplest way, we can go, kind of go from there. How much do you use the new highs versus new low graph? I don't use them very much, but sorry, and I just noticed that. Sorry, I missed that one initially. I don't use them very much, but I know Jamie does, who I think is on tomorrow at this time, I think. And he uses them a lot, and he's got kind of a system with them where he's got them broken up into market caps, so he can see, are the large caps doing well, are the medium caps doing well, are the small caps doing well, and go from there. So he might be the one to ask a little bit more about that. For me, as someone who is mostly a swing trader, it's not as relevant to me. I would love to see new highs and lows on more of a, more of that swing trading side of things, where, you could chart it. They call it breadth in the market. We can go from there. I'm not going to talk personally about what I do here, because right now I've got my consulting with Trade Ideas hat on, but you can go to that channel, that YouTube channel, to find out more about that. Jamie's on Thursday, usually. Gotcha. Okay. So, yeah, not Murray, it's Jamie, and David just corrected me there. He is on... he's on Thursdays. So then tomorrow it must be Steve? Yeah, I think. Oh, yes, it's Steve on Wednesday, and then Jamie on Thursday, and then Andy wraps it up on Friday. Generally speaking, what he does, again, he takes those high-low things and he splits them by market cap. So he can look at it, and he looks at it about 15 minutes into the market open, and he can look at it and he can say, okay, just by looking, I can tell that large caps are making way more new highs than new lows, and maybe small caps are making new lows instead of new highs, and he uses that to kind of respect. So not tomorrow, make sure Thursday. Earlier questions about the Stock Like Us page. Any tips on when to use this tool to build scans for swing trades? The Stocks Like This page, again, I wouldn't use that to build. I think it's too complicated for that. There's just too much there, which I'm sure you've seen if you've been there. The best way to use that tool is that if you expected a ticker to reach your scan and it didn't, that's perfect for that. What I always do is you should start with a trading plan and then work backwards to your scan, right? So what is it exactly that you want to see, and then work backward. But yeah, the Stock Like This is kind of just a different way to, it's just a different way to find out, if a filter that you have is blocking things that you're interested in. The algorithm, how many codes in lines of code for TI strength? Many, because a lot of the indicators I had to build from scratch, because it's this new system that has to be built from scratch, and it's not really lines of code. We have our own kind of database system that's a little bit weird. So it's more about the amount of indicators and candlestick patterns and price action and that kind of thing that's going in. And it's something that I'm never planning on stopping to evolve. Like, I want to continuously work on this concept. The issue is every time I make a change, I have to back test it 5 years to make sure that the change that I made hold through before I push it to you guys. So it's a lot of work, but one thing that I love about consulting here at Trade Ideas is I can be incredibly biased about what I work on, because it's one of those things that, I work on TI Strength, A, because it's a great product for you guys to use, but B, because I use it myself as a trader. So I'm very, very selfishly wanting to make it better all of the time so that I'm able to profit more from it all the time as someone who trades it, not exclusively, but kind of. How much does TI Strength cost? If you want to buy it on your own, and what you get if you just buy it completely on its own is this email. I'll find here. It's right here. It's $17 a month. And what you'll get is the top 5 symbols on Friday with triggers and stop losses. So every Friday it will say these are the 5 symbols. Here's where the trigger is, and here's where the stop loss is. Now, if you are a member of Trade Ideas at all, again, I apologize. Someone's got to tweet at me on Tuesday before I start to make sure that I up the amount of power that this virtual machine can get. Because I keep it at the bare minimum, because just insider baseball. But this virtual machine usually just lives on the corner of my screen, and it's got a bunch of charts and some things on it. So I use it to glance at, and then it's also running new strategies with Brokerage Plus, but it's not doing a whole lot. And then I turn on the stream, and that's taking a lot of computer power and all this kind of stuff. But so essentially what you get for the $17 a month is just this email, which again, is just a insane, this kind of costs us money to run, but it puts, my thoughts on the market, and then it has the 5 symbols along with entries and potential stop loss prices. That's why when I was saying some of them triggered, some of them didn't, you get that. And that has been proven to, let's find this here, Trade Ideas Strength Alerts, just to find the back test. So we've back tested it. It's existed for about a year or so, about a year and a half live. And then I went and I back tested it for 5 years. So that's the equity curve versus the S&P 500 for just rolling over the instruments. Again, this is not a trading vehicle. It's a more of a longer term type of a thing, right? These aren't day trades. They aren't buy or hold for a few days. You're not going to get something that goes up 20 or 30 or 100% in an incredibly short period of time. What it's meant to do is just to show you where the strongest stocks of the market is so that you're always invested in those. But you can see by doing that how much you perform the market, outperform the market year over year. So again, just to we are fully upfront and honest about everything that's happening. So for 2021, it kind of chopped sideways for a while. I need to update this chart. We do it quarterly, so I'll update this chart at the end of this month. It is at new equity highs right now, whereas the market obviously is not. It's up, I think, 4% this year, with the market down 15, which is amazing for a long-only system. But that's the thing. And I don't say that to discourage. I say that just to say, hey, this isn't I'm going to buy something and it's going to triple overnight kind of thing. This is a portfolio rotation, more investment style thing. So then I see 2 questions. Is TI Strength auto-generated? So they are auto-generated. So if you go to the Strength Alerts channel, which I see the other question of, I have it in my, or I have the basic membership, and someone asking about in the channel bar is, so this, if you go to the channel right here, it's kind of cartoony strength alert things, and you click on that channel, it gives you, here are the 5 symbols, and I update this on the weekend. It will also load up this for you, right? So you can read the same email that everyone else gets, because we don't, we want to make sure that if you're buying the standard or the premium product, that you're getting obviously the email that everybody is getting. So I would, right, so that's there as well. So you get that as well. And then you get these 5 symbols here that you can click through, and you can read the news, and here's just some fundamental data that I put up there, right? What's the short float at? What's the float? That kind of thing. And then this box right here is the algorithm, the TI strength algorithm, and this updates every 10 seconds, right? So you get not only the 5 symbols each and every, which what will happen is on the close of Friday, I'll grab the first 10 symbols or so, and then I use the top 5, but like making sure that they're all not, if the top 5 were all oil names, I would grab the top oil name, and then I would try to make sure that the 5 are somewhat from different indexes. And then I do a little bit of research, like, if there was going to be earnings during the next week for one of these symbols, I won't put it in. Very basic curation, not enough, but it is the top 5 symbols each. But what you get is the top, anything up to a score of 85. So you guys get like the top, up to 100 symbols. And again, these are updated every 10 seconds. You can see a little counter here on the bottom. It's like 10 or 15, give or take, right? Every 30 seconds, let's say. So for example, the strongest name on there right now is this PAA, which is a pipeline. You'll notice these themes with TI strength, right? Is that because it's looking for the strongest names, quite often they will all exist in the same sector. And again, I use this so much for my nightly scanning, where I'll look for stuff that isn't quite overextended, but maybe like this VRTX, I really like the look of. If we can kind of, as I said, we can close over 140, that's where I'm interested in this one. But again, it will just point you and say, this is based off this algorithm. This is the strongest names each time, and it will just scroll down. And as I think what started this conversation is, here were all the ones from yesterday, right? And if you had traded these names, we're reversing here now, but you got some good names out of anything that broke yesterday's high. So something to play with for sure. So the 5 strength alerts is more for swings. Yeah, that's for sure. It's a swing. It's a longer term swing system. It's not a day trading system. It's not a even 2-3 day hold system. This is a longer term system. The point of it is that it's supposed to be a low touch system, so you only have to look at it every now and then. Am I responsible for hard coding TI strength? What computer language? I'm not a programmer. I do build everything into it, but we have our own kind of back-end system that uses, I think it's something called like TCL. Again, I'm not a coder. I don't know. It's a database. We've basically built our own database, and I can use the code that they built with this database to manipulate this. So it's a process for sure. How many symbols on the list? That depends on the day. So if you see 3.8 here, so this is everything from today. But if you go into 3.7 yesterday, there wasn't that many. So there was many today and not that many yesterday, and that has to do with the market, right? It's the stronger the market is, the more strong stocks you will find, and the weaker the market is, the less strong stocks you will find. Thanks for your help. No problem. I'm just going to ping Barry. He's requested to ping him in the room just to make sure that he's ready to go. As always, if there's any problems at all with the switchover, just know someone will be back to see you. Sometimes there's, switching between people across the planet can cause an issue. So we'll see. We're just waiting for him to chat back. All right, Barry is back, so I'm going to shut this off. As always, different person here every day. So if you want to chat to someone different,
Neither. Neither, Ray. Oh man. I mean, this is a nice run for the airlines. AAL, I'm sure they're all doing the same thing. UAL, JetBlue, I'm sure I don't have to put them all in. Well, nice after 3 straight down days, especially yesterday. So, Mike, can you hear me? I am back in, Mike. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mike. Just sometimes there's a problem in the handoff from one trader to the other in YouTube. So, all right, guys. VYGR. This was actually an earnings play, kind of lost in the dust with all the other energy plays, solar plays, uranium plays. But this is now coming into maybe a lot of resistance. It's VYGR. It's an earnings play. Obviously, reaction good. Decent in the pre-market, even better once the market opened. So, I mean, just look at this. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. It's hitting that month right there, that high, that month, 573, right here. Even this one is somewhat interesting. The STLA, the high yesterday was 1484, takes that out. The next high is 1536 on the comeback trail, looking a lot like what the market is looking like. And hopefully some of you were able to take that CSIQ. You know, I don't often analyze it like that, but you know, we talked about that 200-day SMA. We talked about how it poked through first and then it came right back down. And then the second time I was saying, you know, if it takes it up the second time, that might give you a good entry. And it's, you know, does this work all the time like this? Of course not. But boy, it really worked. You know, 35.50, if you even waited to 35.60 to clear that 200-day, a little bit more, you know, and then it got all the way up to what, 36.86 before it pulled back. Man. And it's still good. I mean, it is still great trade of the week from Steve again. And looking left on the monthly chart, 39.23 is the next high, and then that's the same on the weekly. So it still has some room to run, CSIQ. Why is wheat dropping? Well, oil is dropping. Maybe you know, I don't know what's happening. I don't know specifically what's happening in the between Russia and Ukraine right now. But I mean, this is all, of course, related. So I don't know what the latest news is. Scalp it, Barry. Scalp it, Barry. Okay, let's take a look at it. VYGR. Oh, it's too late now. Well, thanks. I just did it. I guess I should have read the time. That was at 103, and now it's 106. Wow. Yeah, we'll see. See if I can get a 5 cents out of it or something. I'm in at 562 on the short for YVGR. I keep saying Y. VYGR, sorry. VYGR. It's okay. You know, I've had a very good day. I mean, unfortunately, my two best trades were MARPS and USEG. And when I say unfortunately, because, you know, those were, MARPS was in the pre-market, you know, did it a couple of times. And then the USEG, I mean, that, again, when I say unfortunately, it's not like they, you know, they lasted. And that's the problem, you know. But took advantage of that pop through 1150, got all the way up to 1283. You know, did I get in at 1150 and get out at 1283? Of course not. But that worked out very well. But now it's just absolutely sunk. What a rip in the market. My goodness. 500, 300, 71. Straight up now. All right. Scalping working for the VYGR. Oh, actually worked out very nicely. Hey, I'm all out of it, guys. I'm all out of it. That's a quick little scalp, about 8 cents, 9 cents. Could still work, but I'm could maybe get down to the 533 level. SVFD. SVFD. Let's take a look at SVFTD. Save Foods. Okay, so again, we haven't seen, we haven't seen too many of these today. These ones, meaning like the seeds and the Y10s, and there were a couple others that I thought might run just because they're, I think it was AGYS, another one, AGYS. No, there's another one that was sort of a food company. Boy, look at the airlines now, guys. I mean, amazing, isn't it? I mean, yesterday, complete and utter, well, 3 days of absolute doom and gloom. Really, yesterday was a very, very tough day for the airlines. There was no bounce at all. They were basically straight down from 9:30 to 4. And now they're having a little bit of bounce. Again, maybe, you know, I don't want to read too much into it. People are suggesting that the war may be, I don't want to say over, but maybe tensions easing, which of course is going to start affecting the price of oil. Now, why didn't I hold on to that VYGR? That's your fault, Zach. I blame you. You told me it was too late. Nice though. I mean, you probably took it up here, so. So with that sort of news, if that is correct, the wind will be out of the sails of most of these crazy low floaters that went ballistic over the last little while. And the market certainly is acting like that's the case. And my breaking up on volume is just going crazy. I mean, man, love is one I wanted right here. I wanted right about there, just over that 39. And then it did this, and I completely forgot about it. But, you know, with the market, I mean, this is just trading with the market. You can just see. Look at the SPY, look at love, look at a lot of stocks are going to be looking like this, especially if they had a big red candle yesterday. What do you mean by that? Hermes? What do you mean by that? Yeah, just what one more time. One more time. I just want to understand what that meant. So Hermes, you better explain yourself what you meant by that comment regarding Zach. You better explain yourself, otherwise you're gone. So you better just a quick explanation. Maybe it was something you didn't mean to say. I have no idea. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I was just kidding. Okay, I got you. I was kidding, Zach, because anyway, it's okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're okay. Yeah, gotcha. All right, now, take a look at the USCG. I mean, it may start to run a little bit again. It's over that 8 mark. It has room to the 1072. Just be careful on 817, 820 bid ask. But it's definitely an interesting level that it's at for some reason, coming back. Well, I said I was just kidding around with Zach on the YVGR. That's okay. We can easily move on. So guys, a lot of these little oil plays, these little crazy low float oil plays are looking the same. You know, bring up the charts, MXC. You see how it's MXC, you see how it's doing this? Look at the USEG. See how it's doing this? Indo is doing kind of the same thing. CELP kind of doing the same thing. Oh, but all kidding aside, that VYGR, that was an awesome short. Awesome. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, of course, but you know, look at the short from here. Even if you got in, there's the high, 574. And even if you took it, you know, in the I don't know, mid 560s, which is what I did. I got in at 562. I mean, getting down to 538 is a great percentage increase. Well, decrease, but you know what I mean, profit. And what I love about these is that they're quick. You don't have to hang around very long. Is it halted? No, I don't. No, it's not halted. It's just not too active right now, but it is not halted. No. Any shorts available for ENSV? Well, of course, it depends on your broker, but the answer is at Interactive Brokers, no. Another solar play, guys. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Remember this one, guys? Way back. This was one of the meme plays. This is back last January. A year ago. This January, of course. It was one of the meme plays. Solar, SOL. Well, UAL again. Jets, UAL. Another new high for UAL and Delta. DAL. Well, another one that got beaten up yesterday, like most of the market. Look at that big red candle. It actually started down quite a bit lower earlier today. IGT is coming back though, but you're really chasing it. And let's see if it can get over 24 on some volume, but from some kind of a base. Because if it can, I mean, look at the high is 26. The 200-day moving average is 25.40. So both far enough away. If I can somehow find a base, flatten out a little bit and then pop through that whole number. So instead of waiting to see if it happens, just stick a price alert. Stick a price alert just over 24. Say 24.09 and see if it happens later on. Another one. I mean, there's Victoria's Secret, right? Victoria's Secret had earnings on the 2nd, and another one just got hit yesterday. Was an all-time low at one point, and now this is coming back. VSCO. All I'm doing is just looking at the breaking up on volume. So many today. Peabody, BTU, basically coming back to Earth here from 27.40 down to 20. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if this war is really going to be over, then oil prices will start to slide. Let's take a look at XLE. Let's just take a look at that XLE. And yeah, so with, I guess, that easing of tension news, if that's true, look at the SPY, look at XLE. There's just a direct correlation. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the AI since BRN, and well, my favorite still was iSun, even though it is really giving it up. I mean, iSun is really giving it up, but that was by far my favorite one, just because of the void. Yeah, Cala was halted, wasn't it? Calla was halted. It resumed at 1247. Got all the way up to 155. So they did have some news. That United Healthcare has added I guess their drug as a covered brand on its commercial formularies. And Cigna Medicare, I guess those are your big providers in the States. So again, guys, I know they added this new channel. If you click on new from the doc and then doc channel bar, and then Optimum Holly AI, okay? So what this is doing is saying, you know what? Yeah, we have a list for you of stocks that made the cut or stocks that met the filter requirements, but just forget about just concentrate on the ones that worked, okay? In other words, curate them. This is not going to be good for those of you who are bound and determined to auto trade everything, okay? It's not going to work then. And that's all I do. That's all I do also. I just concentrate on the ones that are working. I forget about the other ones. It's like any other watch list. You know, you have a watch list. Doesn't mean every stock is going to be working on your watch list. So just concentrate on the ones that are working. So if that's the case, I'm assuming that means mainly oil, right? Like what products? I hate to say it, but I can't recall any product made in Russia that I've ever seen. Vodka, you're right, vodka. But you know what? We can get around that. But raw material, yes, but not products. I can't think of any product other than, yes, vodka. Well, maybe I'm just being insular here in North America. I mean, maybe they sell products into Europe. I really don't know. And when I say products, I'm talking about like a finished product, like a car, I mean, a handbag. Okay, so the Plaza is one of the scans that I'm sharing, okay? So if you just go to my home page, okay, just go to my home page and go to the scan section. And it is a dock. It'll look like this, okay? You'll get all four of these breaking up and down in volume. That's what it's called. Very active. I mean, very active the last few days. You know, when things, you know, quote unquote, settle down a little bit, this will not be nearly as active. Well, there is now trade for profit. You know, is it that way every single day? Not necessarily, but you know, with crude being so high, and if it come down in price at all, if there's a glimmer of hope that it'll come down in price, you know, the SPY typically will have a bit of a run in it. But these are extreme conditions. Okay, guys, I suppose we should be watching this one for a potential bounce. It's a VIVK, Vivicor. We saw this one yesterday. Popped up and came right back down. It's on Zach's bounces, and you know, I mean, it has some room to. I mean, it's a lot of room. Even if it's stalled here at 343, you know, from 3 to 4, from 3 say 10, takes this out right here to 343. If it got there, that would be a great little play. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right around, say, the 311, 310 mark. Say 312, and see if it bounces off that with some volume. Not bounces, but takes that out with some volume. We've got some nice bottoming tails here. Again, what does it mean? It means that the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers are in control for a while. Now, here's the issue, of course. Big red bar forming. You know, we don't want, you know, bounces will work a lot better, obviously, in a case like this where the SPY is moving higher, but at least even if it just sort of flattens out, you don't want to see big giant red candles. So if that's true, banning or stop and December 31st, I mean, I mean, that could be just posturing, of course, but I mean, we're only in March. Wow, VYGR, son of a. I should have obviously held on. So you guys finally did the ollie, right? Nice, yeah, nice. Probably about a 50-cent move. That's not bad. Well, guys, I'll tell you, if this momentary euphoria is over, you know, this USCG, it could have that little run I was talking about. Take a look at the VWAP for wheat, W-E-A-T. The VWAP is 1107. So, yeah, I mean, even if I didn't know where the VWAP was, I'd be looking at this area right about here, right around that 11 mark as the potential to fail, to stop. Now, if it pops through that, look out, but you just have to look at a chart, which is right around that, you know, between 11 and what, 1108. So right now then, if we get something, okay, for instance, CLMT from your scan. Now this is the, well, I've never seen this one in my life. The Commodity Dynamic Roll Strategy ETF. Boy. USCG, guys, is just, you know, it's inching its way up. All right, so this is a gap down in reverse. I haven't really been able to pay any attention to the gap down plays or gap continuation or reverse plays. I haven't been able to pay any attention. Too many other more interesting plays, perhaps. Ah, I should have been paying attention to this one. So this was an AI alert yesterday. IMXI. The alert was at 1770. Didn't really do much yesterday from the alert price, and in fact, it really pulled back quite a bit. But this is a continuation of earnings, really. This is one that keep an eye on this one. This could be really sneaky. I mean, it had earnings on the 7th. It's almost at an all-time high. I'd stick an alert up here, 1890 or so. That probably is the all-time high. Actually, it'd be right here. Yeah, so I'd stick an alert there because, I mean, there's nothing stopping it, and this didn't really. I mean, the only problem is that it got up to 1812 and it closed down to 17, so it took $1 off. It looks bad, with that big topping tail on the daily. But hey, who knows? It depends what the market ends up doing, not just today, but in the next little while. This could have a multi-day run. IMXI. Well, that's not a bad bounce for Indo, but a $11 bounce off the bottoms now for Indo. MXC coming. I mean, keep it. I mean, these could start coming back. I mean, they already have started to come back, but maybe they're going to come back in a big way again. I'm definitely interested in this USCG. It's just kind of doing not too much. The volume need a big volume push. Conagra breaking down. CAG breaking down. All right, Claris, guys, CLAR. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. The initial reaction was very good. It got all the way up to 24.50 or so. This is after hours. Pre-market, not bad, not bad. But once the market opened, just drifted down. All right, so I'm glad I waited on the USEG. You know, I kept hitting into this area here. So again, I'll just put another alert and see if it comes back a little bit later. If this market keeps moving down, so Conagra, if you look, okay, it's got some support around 30.20 or so, so it's about $1.40 away for CAG. Support, I mean, we're just looking at a monthly chart. You see a couple of bottoms right there. Well, keep an eye on MARPs. I mean, listen, I mean, it's already had a nice bounce, but I mean, if Indo and MXC start to gain traction again, it's going to start probably pulling these little guys up with it to a certain extent. Well, all commodities, Michael. Yeah, I mean, you could have picked it just about any commodity. You're talking nickel. You could have talked copper, aluminum, steel. Boy, MARF. Boy, I mean, this got all the way up to $32. Yeah, MRPS. I'm talking about. Well, let's see what this market is really going to do. So now we've had almost half an hour, another 4 minutes, another 3.5 minutes for this candle to close, and see what happens if we continue. I mean, my goodness, if it took this out down here, look out. Boy, Indo's having I mean, that is a massive bounce off the bottom. 33 to 45, almost 48. So the solar plays may be losing some of their luster. Let's take a look at TAN. I'm just looking at CSIQ. Again, can it hold the 200-day moving average? There it is, 35.43. So can it hold it again? TVTX, guys, this is a gap down in reverse. I mean, it's still very, very negative. Down 6.5%. Don't know if there is any. Okay, so this was a financing, okay? So it got hammered down on a financing, but it is coming back. TVTX, not a low float, but not a high float, 57 million. It got down below the 200-day moving average, and now it's above it. So investors appear to be shrugging off the financing news now. It got down to 22. It has bounced $3. Another one on a gap. So this is, it's a solar play. Okay, so this is actually a pretty good one. MAXN. I mean, I've seen it. I keep getting an alert for it. I actually didn't realize it was a solar play, but this is not pulled back at all. MAXN. And the 200-day is 1620, so that's far enough away. See, looking left, maybe 15 can be a stalling area, but it's a fairly low float also, 22 million in the float. Well, the bets are being placed for Campbell Soup, CPB. I mean, getting so close to that low over here. Releases earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Well, I guess it tore through the VWAP, right, Zach? 1111. All right, guys, today is Tuesday, so it is marketing meeting day. So at 2 o'clock, I'll be attending the marketing meeting. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, Indo's had a tremendous run, and so has MXC. I'm surprised some of the other smaller ones have not run as much. The USEG. I keep waiting on the USEG. It's probably the one I'm focusing on right now. To see if it can really break out of here. If the market continues down, and if pressure again put on some of these on oil again. MXE? I meant, if you heard MXE, I meant MXC. Yeah, MXC. Well, interesting. I mean, USCG is actually giving it up now in quite a big way. So just forget about it. Now, what do you do? mass. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It looks like this was an IPO back here. Another kind of a disaster. Got all the way up to 80, back down to 18. A little pop today though, MASS. See if there's any specific news. Is this, okay, is this a Kathy Wood? I see it in the headline. I guess it must be a Kathy Woodstock. I love saying that, Kathy Woodstock. Anyway, so this is one of her stocks. I'm not sure people are getting too excited about these things yet. Wow, look at the market. 45 minutes now, guys. I'm sorry, 30 minutes. And now this is the next 15-minute candle. We're 3 minutes into it. Well, I'm just biding my time now. I mean, first of all, I have a marketing meeting at 2, and if I do anything for the rest of the day, I am really satisfied. EFOI, let's take a look at EFOI. Yeah, I mean, another low float, 5.6 million in the float. This certainly did not join the party until today. Well, on both sides, boy, wheat, obviously you could have shorted it at the top, well, somewhere near the top. There's a big drop now. Damn, I gotta start paying more attention to your topping. Yeah, I don't really have a daily target, the Plaza, to be honest. I don't really have a daily target. The only thing I would have is a daily loss. If I'm down a certain amount, then I won't trade anymore. But other than a daily profit target, no. I'll keep going. I mean, what I may do if I have a great start, the first hour, I may throttle back on my risk amount. But other than that, I don't say, okay, if I make 1% or $500 or $1,000 or 0.5%, I'm out. No, that's just me though. So there's no such thing as best. The only thing I would say though, again, if you're up a lot in the first hour, you don't want to start giving it all back for the rest of the day just for the sake of trading, in my opinion. So that's about probably the only thing I do is I just throttle it back a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than being up big early on and then just giving it all back. And then worse, when you give it all back, you think, man, I better get it back, and then it turns into a losing day. That's probably the worst feeling. All right, guys, 152. So again, in about 8 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. I'm continuing to watch this VIVK and see if it takes this area out of the 311 area on some volume and see if it bounces. Just mentioned this TVTX, so they do financing, and this financing is basically been accepted. We'll call it being accepted now by the market. I think it was $250 million in senior notes offering. You know, the one that's actually not doing that badly is the 9 in terms of a bounce. I really thought it would hit 9 today. I really thought it would hit 9 just because traders are so crazy. Just close. And we got up to 810, but I really thought it might hit 9. I mean, the other one, again, these are all risky, okay, with that float. But CELP, C-E-L-P, I mean, it's got room, 250, 260. Just look at that 15-minute chart. Look at the highs right there, 264 or so. So, I mean, if it wants to keep running, especially, I mean, it looks like, I mean, the market is, I mean, wildly euphoric right here, but maybe reality setting in here. I mean, we're only, remember, the Dow was up at this point, I think it was up about 400. Nas was up about 200 or so. So we're really starting to give it up again. Let's take a look before I go into this marketing meeting. I'm sure the sectors have changed a lot. Yeah, so energy is, a little bit of a move. It was, I think, at 40%, so it's at 54. But more importantly, financials were, I think, around 80. Yeah, technology was around 80, and communications, I think, was around 80. So you can see what's happening. All those lovely gains are starting to be eaten away. It's been a stupid spread for the CELP though. 7 cents for a $2 stock. That is that's a little much. Of course, if it runs a dollar, that won't matter. But is the chat room down? Not that I'm aware of. I see people posting, and so do I talk 100% of the time? No, this is not the radio. CELP, guys, CELP. I mean, if this market keeps moving down and these low float, crazy little energy plays gain traction again, some of these could start popping again. Yeah, so I heard there's some service outages. Luckily, nothing happened. Well, at least on our feeds, nothing seemed to happen with our feeds. Yeah, somebody said something about Discord. Yeah. Well, every trade you take is a gamble, and but as Dooley said, I mean, it's all we try to do is put the odds a little bit in our favor. So, if you're going to go long something, checking, looking left to see, how much room can it still go? Is there a lot of resistance just on top? Why would you take that trade then? So I'm just talking in general. I like using this iSun as a great example. I mean, listen, it didn't hold the gains at all. But when you get an alert, over $6 and you look left, I mean, the odds are in your favor, because there's nothing stopping it until this level. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, and yet it almost did. I mean, what did it get to? 740, and the high right there is 770. So, I mean, it made a valiant attempt to get all the way up to 770 before it finally pulled back. That's what I call putting the odds in your favor, but any trade you take is a gamble, of course. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute and be in this, sorry, and be in this marketing meeting. keep the room open until 3:45 today. Let me get my sound back here. Just give me a moment. Okay, so while I was in this meeting, I noticed the market took a little bit of a bounce up, after the straight hour down. So we got a bit of a choppy day. We had that hour and a half up, an hour down, and now we're trying to recover again a little bit. You guys are playing, yeah, the CYRN. Now the IRNT is shortable for me. The CYRN was not shortable for me. At least it wasn't when I first looked. Meanwhile, what is CYRN? Security, okay, so a security company, all right. Well, look what CPB did. Look what Campbell Soup did, guys. It got right down to the low of this day right here, 44.54. And what did it do today? It got down to 42.50. So 42.42 was the low. It got down to 42.50. I mean, it is amazing how that works. Now, I don't mean this is going to hold it up forever. It actually has earnings before the market opens tomorrow. But it's amazing, you know, you just look left, and you can start to see little, I mean, you would wonder, I mean, it's just one day going to stall it. And, you know, as we speak, it appears that it has. Meanwhile, CSIQ, after a pretty big pullback, has come right back up. So what did it pull back to? I guess on a percentage basis, not that much. But again, this is meant for a longer term play. And man, oh man, what a great alert. And they're doing their, I think it's a Trade of the Week seminar today. So Steve will have a lot of information. Yeah, I think it's a Trade of, today is Tuesday. So I think that's the Trade of the Week webinar. So Steve will be pretty happy after a couple of fabulous wins with Arch and CSIQ back to back. Well, let's see what we have here. Yeah. Software reproducing. You see, yeah, it's such a broad. It's too bad the single stock is not showing really security stocks like on mass. I mean, some of them might be. Well, I felt it was a good short up until this point. Yeah, I mean, it kept moving, you know, kept moving down all day. And then when I was talking about it, a couple things I talked about. Getting through the 200-day, which it did, kind of no problem. And then being aware of that low here. So in between that 200-day and that low, you know, the odds were probably in your favor. Now, again, it is an earnings play tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting to see if what's happening now is just, you know, the smart money anticipating that earnings are not going to be good. Some have this problem, Autolycus, not I. And somebody was saying they had a problem putting an order in through. Now, were you talking? No, not this is our YouTube, not our YouTube room, but the main room. Were you talking about putting an order in our simulator or actually attached to your IB program? Because I just put this in here. This PLM just to see if it would work. So you're actually talking about like doing a live trade, okay? In the simulator, no issue. And I just did a market order with the Polymet just to see. Interesting that it would be an issue when attached to your account. Let me see if on my end if the account management page is down. Again, sometimes it all depends on the server you're on. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is for me. Yeah, I think it's okay for me. It's just, I guess it really depends on the server you're on. Now, are you talking about though, are you using IB Simulator or are you using ours? Okay. Because I don't know if we actually, give me a moment here. Yeah, I'm not sure we can actually help on an IB simulator, but you know, I'm just talking about our simulator. I don't know if we really actually support the IB simulator. You know, I mean, we certainly support our simulator, but I'm not sure we're going to support somebody else's simulator. Yeah, but okay. We have a simulator here. Are you clicking on that? Are you clicking on the sim here? Or are you trying to use IB paper trading? In which case, I'm not sure we support that anymore. I may be wrong, but you know, we're always when we talk about a simulator, we're talking about using our simulator, which uses our real-time data. So, for instance, you know, if I look at CELP, bad idea. Okay, I'm going to go in the market. I'm going to buy 200 shares at the market. Okay, market order, buy it. It'll take it. He just took the trade. So I can't comment on if you're using IB Simulator. I can't comment on that. I mean, I guess I could comment on it. I would say use our simulator. Obviously, it's more seamless. You don't have to monkey around by changing a port or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't know how to, yeah, how to like us. I mean, I'm not experiencing that issue. So, oh, I don't doubt it works, Pepe. I don't doubt that it works, but you know, I always try to steer people to use our simulator. You know, to me it makes just a lot more sense rather than having to monkey around with changing the port. Okay, this one's got me a little bit intrigued. This IRNT did have a little bottoming tail there. If it continues down through 5, I might take a short. It's got some room down to the 450 mark. The trade of the week comes out Monday morning, Timothy. Now there was a bit of a mix-up in sending out the emails. Hopefully that won't happen. It hasn't happened like that for a while, but no, they usually come out about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. So yeah, a lot of anticipation for the next ones. Okay, so this is a little another one, guys. This is another little security company out of Israel, I think. Security, yeah, security. So there's another one, SFET. The problem is, are these the same? I mean, these are all computer. Would I trade? Well, the spread was awful at one point. I don't know if it's a nickel now, back to a nickel. Yeah. Oh, CYRN? CYRN. Sorry, I thought you meant. Well, that spread. Well, it's only 2 cents right now. Now it's 6 cents. I mean, now it is jumping around. So you got to be careful. But the thing is that if it's going to tack on 50 cents, a dollar, $2, a 10 cent, even 15 cent spread isn't crazy. I'm not telling you to take this trade, of course, but I mean, right now it's 8 cents. So it is changing quite a bit. See, I was yakking and yakking, and I wanted to take this just underneath 5, IRNT. Anyway, there it goes, guys. I'm going to say might have a shot to the 440 level. Look at the 5-minute chart. Looks like there's some reasonable support in that area. All right, MAXN, what are you doing? So this is, no, it's not, it's solar. We saw this one earlier. It's just inching its way up. The 200-day moving average is up here around 1630 or so. Well, look at HFC. I mean, again, coming back out of this consolidation, kind of chopping around consolidation, this did not rally with the rest of the energy sector, petroleum refineries. Okay, this is just today. It's not an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. And when you look left, 36.68. So guys, I'm going to be trying something a little bit differently. You know, when I'm talking about charts or potential trades, and you know, take this with a grain of salt because this is kind of new. I'm going to start it off with kind of the theme of what makes this chart great or what makes this potential trade great. Okay, something like that. And try to dissect it. Now, does it mean that you take the trade? Does it mean that every trade is going to work? But for instance, when I look at this, you know, what makes this trade appealing? What makes this, etc. Through the 200-day, this is the first day at a consolidation. It did not rally with the rest of the energy plays. And when you look left, it's got room. Now you make up your mind. You make up your mind whether or not, you know, that makes sense, of course. But I'm going to try to keep that as a theme. What makes this either a potential trade great or chart great? Great may be too strong a word, but you know, I'm going to use it like that. You know, and I can use iSun is a great example. You know, for me, what made this trade great? I mean, look, it fell apart afterwards, but initially, what made it great for, you know, for me over the whole number, it was an AI alert, so that's how I knew about it. And but then looking left and just seeing all of the room, that's what made it great for me. You know, and it fell apart afterwards. I'm not saying these are going to be, you know, you hold on for eternity, but boy, I mean, for a time there, going from whatever it was, whatever the alert was, five, not that I got in there, but 603, almost a straight shot to 734. That's awesome, guys. I mean, that's just awesome. Yeah, I mean, I sort of do it, you know, but I'm trying to more formalize it, I guess. Of course, and this is just for my style of trading. You know, I'll try to expand it to people who like to take pullbacks. You know, I mean, if I said, well, okay, this would make this trade great, okay, you know, something like this. You know, if it took out this high right there, big base, what would make this trade really interesting if it got up to like that 550 mark on volume, okay? So you'd set a price alert right here, you know, around that 550 mark, create the price alert. Okay, and then you just forget about it. And then if it pops up on your screen, then you know it's at that price, and then you check to see is it on volume. That could make the trade great. Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to maybe get more consistency in explaining things. And some days will be easier than others. I mean, you know, there's not, you know, just because I get an alert doesn't, again, I get an alert doesn't mean, oh man, pile into the trade. You know, as you know, I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. So just because I get an alert doesn't mean it's a great idea. It's an idea, but some ideas are greater than others. All right, guys. What am I looking at here? Dole. I wonder what Dole is doing. Seeing a little lag sometimes on my 15-minute chart. I'm not sure why. Let me make sure that's just momentary gag. We're going to take a look at Dole just for argument's sake. This is a 10-day daily breakdown. It's not in my 10-day daily breakdown scan, but let's take a look at it. Yeah, so you can see, here's the corollary. What makes a trade not great? Potential trade not great. Look at Dole. So if you were looking at this one, you had an alert and you said, oh wow, look at this big candle here. It's down 9%. And then you look left and you see on the daily chart, you see a lot of action right around 13. Right? Well, to me, that makes the trade not great. Now, does that mean that at some point it doesn't just absolutely crash through? It could. But for me, all this stuff right there makes it a not great looking trade. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple thumbnail charts or a few of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting. Meanwhile, Conagra, I know Real mentioned this one. I know I mentioned it a few times here. Based a little bit here, and now another leg down. Now, again, would I take this now? No. Why not? Well, because 30.49, 30.50, 30.62 is very close. So yeah, if I took this trade right now as a short, 31.21, and it made it all the way down there, yeah, that'd be awesome. But I look at this and I think, other traders are going to be looking at this and thinking, it may, like, if people were in this short right now, they may start covering, before this area, thinking that that might block it anyway. So, but Conagra, and it's a big float, they don't all have to be crazy low floaters to get nice moves. And in fact, sometimes, the ones with the larger floats are way more relaxing. You're not looking at stocks that are jumping up and down so much. In fact, if I had, if I could choose, I would choose these sort of trades, even though they're kind of boring, over the other ones, because the other ones are hit or miss. Hey, I object to the touting. I object to that terminology. I was pointing it out. Bringing your attention to it. All right, let's see what Real is doing on the CYRN. Yeah, I've got to be super careful, PJ. One errant comment, and anyway, I don't want to talk about it too much, but yeah, got to be very, very careful. Meanwhile, speaking about nice, nice trades, look at the CSIQ. I mean, again, look left on that monthly chart, and the next high is 39.23. So, I mean, it is 260 away or so from that high. So the solars kept running, even though let me just take a look at XLE. I want to see what the big guys were doing. Yeah, so the big guys kind of dropped. The solars, though, let's take a look at TAN, or was it? Yeah, I mean, the solars kept going. I bet you First Solar is doing great also. Yeah, Chris can't make it into their YouTube room until 3:45, so I'm going to stay. I'll keep the room open until then, and then I'll shut that down, and then you guys can head over to YouTube if you want from 3:45 to 4:30. Boy, it's going to be interesting to see how much more this HFC does tomorrow. I mean, can it keep going? 3660 again is that the next high looking left. It's interesting that it did not specializes in gasoline, diesel fuel, jet fuel, and modified asphalt. Okay. It just didn't get all wrapped up in the other energy plays at all. I mean, look what it was doing while most of the other energy plays were just screaming. So I mean, I know it's not it's a very, it's a real niche, I guess they're in. I see this HYMC is kind of, yeah. Tomorrow, this may take out $1 again. We'll have to wait and see. So what I would do is just put $1, put a price alert around $1.10 or so, and see if it takes it out again. Got as high as $1.39 this morning. Stella, STLA is now, okay, big pause on it. Really, I was really hoping to short this one yesterday. An all-time low. Okay, guys, so I know I'm still on the mic, so what I'll do is I'll just one last time talk about my homepage. This promo almost for sure will be over tonight. Okay, so I just want to, anybody who wants to take out a subscription, you want to get 20% off, I'm almost for sure at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, this promo code will no longer be valid. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So there is the promo code, test drive sale, all in caps for 20% off, the first month only or the entire year. So the premium annual would be $1,600 with the 20% off. Standard to be 800 with the 20% off. Big difference, of course, is the AI, which still is given as BRN. Wow. BRN on that short. Don't have to take on an annual. You go monthly. It's absolutely fine. 118, 228, less the 20% for the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But if anytime you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the discount. Okay, the promo code. So first, try us out. If you don't know you want this program, try us out on a monthly basis. Okay. Can't wait for next week's trade of the week. See, boy, poor Steve. He's got 2 tough acts to follow. But the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And all the education is here for trade ideas. And also, if you scroll down to the bottom, I'll go to this one first. You know, the back to basics is a great starting point for you new traders out there, okay? It starts off with what is a stock? So that's a great starting point. And again, our user guide, we have it segmented like this, so you can pick and choose. You know, this will give you a little more detail about what an alert window is, a topless window is. Go down to the stock racing. You want to find out in more detail about these sort of things, you can do so. I say more detail, I'll explain why I'm saying that. Full table of content is searchable. But if I were just starting out, I'd probably take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Less detail, but it goes over all the basic features. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Very quickly introducing you to trade ideas, okay? And then you can look at the user guide and get more information. And the daily support, as I say, Chris won't be there at 3:30. He'll be there around 3:45, okay? And he'll run to 4:30. Typically, he's there 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. And daily webinars. So today is Tuesday, so there is a webinar today. We're on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. Next week, it's Monday-Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And last but not least, my scans. All my scans that I am sharing right here. Okay, right here. So you can take a look at them. So lots of information here, these 2 sections. Save my link. Then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Yeah, TRD, we actually have a filter for that. By the way, CSIO, I'm hearing. Text to, wow, look at this one. I mean, again, and this is another, obviously I'm going to use my my thinking cap. This must be a security play, and Cyber Sentinel. So actually, so TRD, we do have, if I right click, configure, I think if I type in January. Yeah. Okay, so TRD, we do have a change since January 1. And you can either do dollar value or percent. Okay, so if you take an alert window or a topless window and right click, configure, search, just type in Jan, okay? And there is the filter. So if you're looking for, now you can put it as a column, so then you could see the actual number. Or you could put a min, you know, what's the minimum I want? You know, you can use it as a filter like this, or you could add it as a column, and then you could literally search, or you could sort on that column. You know, just do the sort, and then you would see the ones that are up the most since January 1. You're welcome, TRD. So Denver, you've answered your own question or your own comment. You basically answered your own comment. Okay, don't do it. Look, I mean, in this trading room, I mean, we have all sorts of different styles of trading, of course. And, you know, for the last week, 2 weeks, we've had some exciting, crazy, low float percentage winners. It's difficult for me not to highlight them and talk about them, okay? But, you know, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. And, you know, but then, you know, next week or next month we may get another sector that goes crazy. I've got to talk about it because, you know, this is an active trading room. But you used to tell me that all you would look at are Zach's topping plays. And so I'm wondering, why did you deviate? You know, I mean, it, yeah, be like Chloe, ignore Barry. No, she doesn't ignore me. But yeah. But seriously, I mean, I know why. I mean, if you're listening to me, it's hard not to, you know, get all wrapped up in an indo that goes from 4 to 100, in 3 days. It's hard. I get it. So you could either put me on mute, you know, and don't listen to me, or you know, in weeks like this, which we're going to get some wild, wild moves, and just, you know, concentrate on what you're doing well. Meanwhile, Rene Solar is still strong. Solars are still strong. So my guess is that CSIQ is still holding up there. Yep. I mean, was Ollie was that a topping scan or one of the ones from Zan's? Oh, I'm tired, guys. Zach's scan, a topping play. Ollie, Olly, sorry, Olli. It may have been, but it's out of the price. I probably have a price range I put on yours. No, I have $50, so I guess it didn't hit yours. I know Real and Denver were talking about it for quite a while. Boy, this is ramping into the close here. SOL. Well, let's take a look. Look left. What do we see? 972. Look left on the weekly chart. That's the same 931. So, you know, what makes it not ideal right now? I mean, it's not, you know, it's up 34%. That doesn't necessarily matter. But right here would have been more ideal, obviously. You know, a little bit of a pullback and then the pop and then the run. And then you're looking left and you see some room. So it becomes, you know, a pretty decent candidate. What makes this trade potentially great? All right, guys, so we're getting close here. So should have put this up. So the room will be open for another 8 minutes or five or 6 minutes or so. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. He couldn't make it at 3:30, so that's why I'm keeping this open a little bit longer. What I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over once I do shut down the main room. Didn't really follow your bounce plays too much, Zach. I know there were some earlier on when the market did this that probably worked out incredibly well. You know, guys. I mean, this IRNT. I mean, if it takes this out right here, this 480. I mean, it's got room to the 440 mark. Well, there's the HFC guys. I know I've been talking about it for a bit. I mean, who knows? Maybe this rallies right into the close. I mean, it's been very, it's made a very orderly. Other than that, a couple of little ones down here in terms of pullbacks, but you know, obviously the big one here in the 15. But since then, I mean, since what 12:45, it's basically been straight up on the 15-minute chart. There he is. Okay, Chris, I see you. Okay, guys, I'll be shutting down now, so I'm just going to shut my stream off for Chris.
Alrighty, video transfer looks good. Checking the audio here. Alright, audio is good too. So, alright, everybody. Late start for me here today. Just tied up in a few other things that are going on around here. So, anyways, here we are. Better late than never. Late day Q&A here. So, I have some people that were in some different chats that I was in today. If any of those people are here, please let me know so I can go over some of what we were discussing for you. And of course, anybody else here, you know, we do this as an open forum, so please fire your questions away. I will get to everybody. Alright, perfect. We got TRD in the house. Mike C's docking me money. Alright, I understand. I get it. Another wacky day out here. in market land. All right, so not seeing any of those people that I was in the chats with so far. Anyways, another wacky day. Those high flyer energy stocks, all kinds of crazy stuff happening in those today. Um, here was one. I traded this. Got lucky, got out of that just in time before this reversed. There's another one that I did. Same thing here. Traded this a few times. So just, wacky day. You got to be careful with these, especially these low floaters like this. And I'd say probably that trend is done, lasted, let's say, last Thursday, Friday, yesterday, and today. But you never know. Keep an eye on these things. Another one, I didn't trade this yesterday, but today I traded it yesterday. And same thing, the floor just got ripped right out on these, and it just goes back to sell the news. Always sell the news. I think they came out sometime today. I don't know for sure. Michael Noss put it in the chat though. I guess it's a ban on Russian oil coming into this country. I don't know that. I didn't confirm that myself. I just took what he said at face value, and within, I'll say, 10 minutes after that, this whole thing just fell apart. So again, if anybody has questions, please fire those away for me. Like I said, I do this as an open forum. I don't come with any content done. Do what I can to entertain you all, of course. But better if you're all doing it. You're all giving me the silent treatment. I see how it is. Never too many questions. Never too many questions. So I'm also trying to help with some other tickets that are going on. Some people with some questions about how the IB orders lay there and automation, things like that. Some more advanced kinds of things. Trying to answer those questions as well. So Mike C, what's happening? I understand you're docking me my paycheck. I get it, Mike C. I'm late. I was marked tardy today. Hey there, if I want to save a scan from a channel, do I have to leave everything else unchecked in the window? If you have just a specific scan you want to save, just right-click the scan and select Save or Share to Cloud. Michael? Is it in a docked window or a non-docked window? So if it's docked, what you can do if you want the individual scan, right click and go to duplicate in the free floating window. So it'll pop it out like that. And then you can right click and save to cloud. Odd. Let me see something here. Interesting. Price alerts are just save to cloud, not save or share to cloud like the other windows. The new Holly, the idea behind the new Holly is just to keep people watching what's actually winning. There's a lot of internal debate that went on whether to do that or not, and if we're cherry picking data, but we're not removing anything. It's just, trying to keep people to stay focused on the winners. And kind of the thought process that went behind that was that, Holly at her core is an alert window. Now, any alert window that you're running, not everything that comes from it is a winner, and you're not going to really track the losers, to be honest. So the idea is to stay focused on the blue, essentially, the things that are winning. That's the idea behind it. So here, Michael, watch this. When you go to do that, let's do it as an exercise. So I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. All right, right click, save or share to cloud. And if you see other items in here checked, go ahead and uncheck them. And make sure just the one item you want checked is what's the one item that you want saved is checked, and then click save, and that'll get you just the individual window. Yeah, stocks like this page is pretty cool, but yeah, it's a big rabbit hole. It's a huge rabbit hole. So let's see, did I catch everything else here? I don't have a timetable. We're going to start doing some channels with some curated content in them. So, stay tuned for that. Oops, hold on, sorry, I want to bring something over to go further into the Holly thing. Docked channel bar. So the idea is, optimizing what's in Holly essentially. So we're looking at, what's really winning in Holly and cutting out the noise. So apparently it's not profitable. All right. And so it's going to go with what was done in conservative here, all right? So we can see that, conservative, these things all exited positive in conservative. All right. And then, like iSun that got stopped out in moderate, unfortunately. The idea is to stay focused on what's winning, because there's a good chance if it's winning throughout the day, it may have more room to move up. So that's kind of the idea behind all of that. All right, so that covers that there. What else do we have for me here? You can see, I guess everybody that promised me they were going to come today didn't come. at some of these here. Wow, what a move. I was looking at this earlier and was debating whether or not to get in here. And I had to, I was tied up. I couldn't do it. So, it happens. Is there a stock trading the channel being the upper trend line, lower trend line? Has it translated into a scan? If there is a stock. So you're saying like in a channel? Like for example, we were to draw like a trend line like this and like this. Is that what you're looking for? Yeah, Debbie, just click on the charts here. Go to chart style. Go to color, and you can, select gradient or not select gradient and start making some color changes all through this. And you change the candle price, candle color, and all those things like that. We don't have a way to look at, the upper like this. Probably the closest thing you could do is maybe put Bollinger Bands on and try to find yourself near the top of the bands, I guess, on a scan. But we don't have a way to look at the upper end of the candles like that. The closest you could do is finding an SMA, but there's no filter for a trend line. No way to do that with the trend line. So trying to think outside the box here for you there, Perfect Circle, but I'm coming up with nothing right now. Maybe something with standard deviation, but I'm not familiar enough with standard deviation to take you in that direction, to be honest. That might be something to play around with, though, finding it a certain distance outside of standard deviation, but only X amount of distance above an SMA, maybe. Maybe use like an 8 SMA or a 20 SMA or a 10 SMA, something like that, and then try to find at a certain point outside of standard deviation. Because the standard deviation would try to give you this, this upside, and the SMA would give you this downside. That's kind of my thoughts on it. But I wouldn't even, like I said, I've never used standard deviation, to be honest, so I wouldn't even know where to go with that. Mess around for a minute here while no other questions are coming in. And again, if someone's got questions, fire them away for me. Standard deviations, let's add that. I don't know, let's put a 2 there for fun. I'm really just messing with this. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. I think the market just sold off. Yes, is that correct? Whoops. Let's do 5. Let's get rid of the rest of these here. Let's look at I don't know, let's look at a let's start with a 10 SMA. Let's go with the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Let's see what this looks like. Ugly close for the SPY. I don't even have a chart up for it right now. My chart got taken away from me. Let's look at what these look like. Interesting. So now I don't know at what point this would have been on this scan, but that's interesting. No. I think this might be some kind of way to look at this though. So, sorry, back to this here. So not finding what we want really recently. A couple of these were okay. The rest chopping. But I think this is kind of on the right track for it. Because we're seeing some things that I would consider, and some of this is subjective, like where are we putting this line across the top, we're putting it here, are we putting it here, same thing with the line across the bottom. So that's kind of the direction I'd point someone at that was trying to find something like that using standard deviation. Maybe we can do this too. Is this what I want? Is this going to work the way I want it? Of course not, because it's going to give me a histogram. And like I said, we're doing this on a 15-minute chart because that's what I chose for the SMA. 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So kind of what we're looking for, but not exactly. So again, people with questions, fire those away for me, please. at least, so it gets you something to work with anyways. That's kind of my thought on it anyways. And I mean, I threw out the idea of Bollinger Bands, but the problem is you could get into customs with Bollingers, because all Bollinger is two standard deviations away from a 20 SMA. So you could technically do two standard deviations above a 20 SMA and a 20 SMA and find something that qualifies to be in between those, like as a true false statement. You can mess with things like that because we have the standard deviation and the 20 SMA. You know what I mean? So you could do similar things like that. Is there a way how properly judge when time to buy looking at volume on the chart? I would say, generally speaking, if you see volume increasing, more likely a buy is going to confirm the trend, or it's more confirming the trend up. But it's not always the case. I mean, look, we have this here. We can see. All right, so we see here we get this big move up off this initial candle, and we stay kind of still through here with declining, with volume here. And we don't really get a whole lot off of that with that declining there, and then the volume starts to rise and rise and rise again, and here we go rising up in price. All right, and then the volume falls and we stay, and then we've got kind of a balance almost between buyers and sellers at that point. And then we've got volume kind of staying where it is, but you get some price rise here, and then you get the big move as volume pops again there. So that's how volume confirms a trend. It's not it's not a hard and fast rule in that sense, but what we try to do is find confirmation of what we're looking for. So volume is one of those ways. So declining volume, generally means less interest in the stock. So if the stock's rising on declining volume, it's less likely the trend to follow through. That's a general rule of thumb. That's not, it's not a holy grail or anything like that. And that's what I would kind of point you towards there, Peter, for volume and charts. Is there a way to take an alert window that do not repeat and turn it into a top list window? Yeah, you can do that. So let me do this here. New top list. All right, we're just gonna, this is just the default top list. There's nothing in here. This is what my default top list whenever I start a new one does. All right, and let's take an alert window, a new alert window. I don't even need a new alert window. Let me find. I got an alert window right here. All right, so we can take this alert window and I'm going to turn this over to this, and all it'll be missing is the alert. So if we right click and we go to collaborate, we can copy this in here, that URL. All right. And then we can right click this here and go to collaborate. And we have to highlight this. You have to highlight it for a second time and delete that. And now we're going to paste what we just took from the alert window. We're going to put it there. All right, and we can see now it's called off highs breaking resistance. And if we look, we go into the configure here. All right, here's the window specific filters of that. So we can see all those items in here. And if we right click, we come to the configure of this. We're going to get the same thing here. All those filters are right there transferred over for us. You got it. that's that there. I don't understand why this just lost all of its data. That's odd. Huh. Interesting. Oh well. Oh, quite a day for Holly today, huh? I didn't even realize that. I kinda did, but wasn't really paying attention. She beat me up though, Holly. I was long this, and then she went short it, and I got stopped for a sizable loss. It was very unpolite of her to do that to me. Not only a sizable loss, but she hit her target. She hit my target on the downside too. I kind of wasn't patient this morning, and I took that trade off the first couple of minutes. It took it about 7 minutes in or so, and never got a chance to recover. Just straight down after I took that trade. Lack of discipline. Although I gotta say I've been trading like that recently, so some win some, lose some. Lots of good race cars today. You had to be quick on them. This was an interesting one here. What else did we trade? This one here, I traded this. Did really well here. Nope, not that. Guess that. Guess this. I traded this in this block in here. Dow was only down 180 points today. I don't know, the way I've seen some tickets and things come in, I would have thought the Dow was down 1,000,000 points today. What else do we have for race cars today? I know there's more than what I just saw. I didn't trade this, but that was there. I had a shot. I couldn't really do it though. This here, ENSV, where is it? I don't know why this is messing with me right now. This I traded as well. I had one good trade, one bad trade on it in here. And there's plenty of other cars that were doing all kinds of things. Dirt bike races, that'd be fun. I mean, you had some of these coming through. Definitely had some action, but this was crazy whippy all through here. This had some meat on it throughout the day. After that, not a ton, but certainly something there, that's for sure. Okay, so Michael was talking about solars. Well, wow. Solar's back, baby. Let's take a look here. What's the real picture tell us? Wow, yeah, solars. Well, no more oil. Oil's dead, so you guys, we're going to start filling our cars up with sunshine. It'll be a much nicer world. Yeah, it's some massive moves. So, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago now. This big outside day that happened, and then a continuation off that. We came back and we filled that gap right there. So some real textbook stuff here in the solars. I mean, really technical textbook. So we get an outside day, and we get the bullish signal on a continuation from the next day. We get that gap up and a continuation of a couple of more days. We've come back down and we filled that gap up day, and we've rocketed right back off of that. And so really, really textbook technical stuff there. Work to do, but solars are looking pretty healthy. So one of my favorite solar stocks to trade, at least used to be. Sunrun Corp. Look at that. Very nice. You can see how long it's been since I actually traded this thing. This is one of those things that turned me into a buy and hold person. I was trading that all through back here, and then that run literally happened like a day or two after I'd closed the position. So, it's why I, prefer buy and hold, but we're not in a buy and hold market in general right now. So there's also that too. So yeah, ugly close on the SPY. Close below 420 again. Were those on my races today? Probably not. Because they had massive volume the week before, they're probably not going to qualify on the relative volume for me anymore. Let's see, CYRN. I traded this last week sometime. So, no, that was still massive volume. Was this on any of my races? Had to have been. How could it not have been? There it is. I don't know why it keeps jumping on me when I go to click it. IRNT, I feel like I might have traded that too. No. Maybe. I can't remember now. Yeah, this was on the race too. This is what I actually almost took a position in. No, I'm lying. That was something else. Too hard to keep track of all these. Yeah, CYRN was coming through the races a whole bunch. CODA, isn't that a vaccine play? Nope. Maybe that's CDOA. COAD. I feel like there's something that's a vaccine that was that. Codex, that's it, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. No, not a vaccine play. Hey, my randomly bought stocks in my simulator here. I'm doing well. I randomly buy stocks when I'm doing this with you folks. To show something in the simulator. Very interesting. We're a tough crowd on me here today. All right, let's dive around some sectors for a moment while there's nothing else coming in. So let's see. Clean energy, we're back alive again. Jets having a day today after getting slaughtered for the last month. Uranium showing some life still. Oil. Talk about sell the news event. Michael Noss literally texted or messaged us, said I'm going to short USO after that message had come out about ban on oil. And so he shorted somewhere in here, one of these two candles, and that happened right afterwards. Wow, the MJ, just unbelievable. Silver, hi-ho silver today, huh? I was saying yesterday silver's, not quite doing the same as gold is doing, and silver got itself a day today. Gold really going at it now. What a move. XOP continues. Finally making the moves I originally thought the XOP would do. Heck, even autonomous driving. So it's kind of crazy. You've got all these green sectors today. The IWM was up. That's incredible. Wow. All right. Very interesting. Your banks trying to hold in there. We're starting to get the rainbow of death. And that's much like the SPY now. Not looking good for the bulls. Emerging markets. Emerging markets had to have an up day after the last few days. I mean, just absolutely slaughtered. Well, let's see. No quarter for China. Down again. K-Web no different. Interesting. Yeah, I've seen all the news about nickel coming out and all that. So, um, it's a crazy market right now. That's all there is to it. And so, like you said, cash is a position. You don't have to trade. Um, and the reason I say that is, people feeling pressure and I got to trade to make money. Well, if you're under the gun and you're still learning and it's still something that's fairly new to you, it's not going to be the most healthy way to go about getting to where you're trying to go. So, all right, nearing the 4:30 hour here, kind of dead in here. So I'm gonna wrap it up early today, folks. Dive back into some other support work that I have to do here. I will be back normal time tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. Barry will have this open at 8 o'clock Eastern in the morning. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so it'll be Steve Gomez in the noon session. And Barry will be back at 1 Eastern. And again, I'll be back here at 3:30. So, any other questions, comments, or inquiries, you get us after hours. Info at trade-ideas.com. All right. So I thank you kindly, everybody, as usual. And you have a great rest of your Tuesday. And we'll catch you here tomorrow. Thank you and